Call to order the January 16, 2021 Board Work Session of the Cincinnati Board of Education. We welcome everyone and request everyone in the audience to please silence your cell phones and electronic devices. Mr. Messer, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Wagner, please call the roll.
Mrs. Bates? Present. Ms. Bolton? Present. Mrs. Bowers? Present. Mr. Liddy?
Here.
Mr. Messer?
Present.
Mr. Morosky?
Here.
President Jones?
Here. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
What a beautiful day to have a long work session, right? Okay. Yes, we have a pretty heavy agenda today, and we believe that it's been planned well enough so that it will flow fairly smoothly. I just want to take a couple minutes to just give a very broad overview of what our plan is for today. Thank you all for introducing yourselves to our facilitator for today, Ms. Yolanda Carter. And after I speak, I'm going to ask Mr. Messer to formally introduce her. So just to kind of capture what the day will look like, as you see, we have a pretty heavy agenda. All of these topics got on the agenda as a result of lots of conversations that we've had in our board meetings about what direction we're going in and where are our priorities right now, and what are the things we need to be looking at. So there are a couple of things on here that I just want to particularly draw your attention to. The first item, which we will address next, will be a discussion about our statement planning and return, and we do have speakers here. But this is one of the highest priority items where we will have a board discussion, and we need to make a decision today. So just want to be clear about that, and I think it'll go well. So we built in a little short break right after that, and then we'll move into the rest of the agenda as you see outlined on here, on your agenda. I just want to also add that when we reach item G in envisioning CPS, we'll give some introduction, but there is a part of that we kind of modified a little bit to include, and we'll talk about that when we get there. But so it's not listed specifically on the agenda, but it will be captured under item G. So having said that, we're going to get started, and I'm going to ask the superintendent to introduce our guest.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
Good morning. As has been customary since June, at each board meeting, we will be providing community data for the Cincinnati area as well as Hamilton County and the impact that it has had on Cincinnati Public Schools in terms of our health data as well. This morning, we're happy to be joined by Dr. Rob from Hospital and Dr. Marie from Cincinnati Health Department. They are part of our health advisory team, and so they're going to provide the data for you that will hopefully be able to be used to make your decision about opening. In addition to their presentation, we will provide information and presentation regarding the vaccination plan for Cincinnati Public Schools. So without further ado, Dr. Khan and Dr. Lee.
Good morning. I think there are a few slides that load up. Thank you all for having us. I'm happy to share our sense of the current state of the COVID situation. Advance a couple there. I just wanted to re-anchor today's discussion in the sequence of thinking that was developed by the Hamilton County Health Department, the Cincinnati Health Department, Children's and Health Collaborative. And that was, how do we look at the various measures? Third slide. There we go. And here's, so again, offered as a tool to assist in considering choices about on-site, hybrid, and remote learning models for student populations. And as thinking evolved from summer into fall with actual experience, the lead set of measures is what's going on in the school. How many cases, how many quarantines, evidence of in-school transmission probably being the number one important measure that folks have focused on. Very importantly, assessing the adequacy of staffing levels and for safe and effective operations. And finally, highly reliable adherence to the protective bundle measures, the masking, hand washing, hygiene, ventilation, and so on. So that is a primary set of measures. The secondary set of measures is how is the community doing, what's the incidence, and how is the system keeping up for testing. I wanted to re-anchor this just today because that final statement about the Ohio Public Health Advisory System being purple is out there as a consideration. It was never meant to be the definitive guiding light for schools, so some useful measures in it. It's slow to respond to conditions, and frankly, it'll probably be slow to respond coming back should things improve. So not an ideal measure compared to looking at what's happening in the schools and the community. Next slide. So as a quick update on where we are with cases in the schools, so student confirmed cases, 305. Of those, a portion were identified through really an extraordinary partnership of the testing that the school district has had with public health and hospitals. So over 1,000 kids tested through that system, the school nurses. 472 confirmed staff cases, and 6 detected in-school transmissions, of which 1 involved students and the others staff. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mean, and I'll be back at the end.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. So today I'm just going to go over some of the metrics that we've been routinely looking at during these meetings. So this is a figure based on our daily cases, and as you see from early November, we continue to see an increase in cases. We had a slight dip at the end of December. But I would say this is a reflection of just not testing during the holidays versus any sort of improvement. And then recently, you'll see that continued trend. We're averaging about 172 cases over a 21-day period, which is consistent to what we've been seeing the last month or two. And so we've shifted to a 21-day figure that just shows a larger representation of what's going on more recently. And so 15 out of those 21 days, we've seen an increase in our 7-day moving average. And I would say just because our numbers are so high that, a decrease at this point does not reflect any sort of improvement. And then for the 7-day moving average, looking at it as a rate, we are at 65 cases per 100. And so looking at the positivity rate for on the left, you'll see Hamilton County outside of the city, which is at 16.3 as of January 3rd, and for the city of Cincinnati, 12.2. So we've continued to increase over the last few months with positivity. Our average length from test to result for positive cases remains at a median of 2 days. So I think our labs are doing a very great job of that turnaround time. Next slide. And for community trends, looking at Hamilton County school districts, so the figure on the left shows, or the table, sorry, the new cases, students and staff, as well as the cumulative cases for students and staff, and then just the total students enrolled. And then the figure represents that numerical value, and you'll see that, as the time has gone on, this is consistent with what we're seeing in our epi curve. So the cases are continuing to increase. I think we've had some decline over the holidays, and potentially students where we don't have a full report of that, but the values are trending in this similar way. So lastly, I wanted to talk a bit about the updated close contact guidance with ODH. Dr. Carl will come back on in a minute just to talk about what the preliminary study that OSU did and how they got to this guidance. So the goal of this study was, or the goal of this guidance is to allow students to stay in the classroom even if they're identified as a close contact. There are some stipulations with that. So the close contact definition has not changed. It remains to be at less than 6 feet for a period of 15 minutes cumulative within 24 hours. So that's how public health and we work with the schools, and that's how we'll define and determine who is considered a close contact between students and staff in the classroom. So if there is an exposure within the classroom or during transport by bus or by carpool, the students are able to remain in the classroom as long as all protective measures were in place before and will continue to be in place. So that means everyone is masking, properly masking their nose, mouth, socially distancing, hand washing, and making sure that disinfection is happening routinely, and that they're monitoring their symptoms. So even though they are able to be in the classroom, they should be monitored for that 14-day period. If anyone becomes symptomatic, they should be removed from the classroom and have to be housed. This does not include being in extracurricular activities or the exposure to extracurricular activities. So if there is an exposure, then they're not able to be in the classroom. They would have to quarantine at home. And then outside of the schools, they often follow the standard quarantine protocols. Stay home for that 14-day period. And with this guidance, it's not mandatory to follow. This is just guidance that the state has suggested to help try to improve the ability of students in the classroom when it is safe to do so. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Khan to talk a little bit about the preliminary.
It's just two more slides. So next slide. So I was asked just to share this slide that the administration pulled together. This is a review of 17 other districts and their plans, right? So a mix of public plus charter schools, the date they returned, and the type of instruction, with a little bit of insight into what they did just after the holiday. And what you see is a mixture of these districts of being in person and hybrid, but a sequence of starting virtual maybe the first week or so after the holiday, moving towards hybrid or in person. So again, it gives you an array. 2/3 looks like approximately or in person subset, hybrid version. So it's a little bit of like, what was the study? But what was presented was the headline, right, in the press accounts, the guidance that came out. Here's how schools are responding. We wanted to just take a minute and follow our desire to keep close to the science. So I was going to spend a little bit, it's a little bit of a detailed slide, but put it into your hands to ask the questions and answer them around what was behind that study, because it's been a pretty influential evaluation. So the next slide. And again, I called it a study, but in reality, they were very evaluation. I think I did it.
Not advancing.
What you're going to see when we get it up there we go, is two sections to it. First, a description of the study, and then questions I want to leave you with for you to ask, and for everyone to ask, since we're all citizen scientists. So in terms of what happened in the study, I have what was asked, what was found, and what was concluded. But this is directly from about a 3-page preliminary document that was posted online that drove Governor DeWine's press conference guidance that Dr. Bean just shared. So what was asked? What was asked was if a child in a supervised setting was in close contact to another child with COVID, if both children were properly masked, did the close contact child need to stay home? Right? It's a foundational question for some of the facing hybrid kinds of questions. But did that child need to stay home? What they found was of 524 close contacts, 15 turned positive, or 2.9%. They had a comparison group, a few other kids in the classroom that weren't close contacts, and then other kids in the grade. Similarly, 2.9% of the close contacts, of the comparison group, 2.9% of the comparison group, or 6 out of those 204 children, were also positive. They note, though, I'll just make this comment, the percentage of positive test results in that comparison group was pretty high. What did they conclude? We do not identify any difference in the groups that would imply a mandatory at-home quarantine was necessary for students who were close contacts with appropriate mask usage. But we must reemphasize that these results are preliminary. Let me just pause there. No difference between the two groups. The comparison group was reasonably high. 2.9% is not 0.1%. And that they found no difference, but these results are preliminary and a full report's coming in at the end of January was what they stated. We do questions now, or do you want to? I can pose the questions either way.
Why don't, if you can go ahead and do the
Yeah, I'll just do this last part really quick because it's probably going to start to read. So here's 3 questions I would leave you with, 3 main questions. Just again, to put the science out there as opposed to the headline. When the full report's available, let me just preface it by saying this is an incredible study. But it's really important. Nowhere else in the country, I can't find a single other published paper yet that does this sort of work. Yeah, if you talk to the lead of it at OSU, he would say, we were asked to do this very quickly. We searched into the field. We were asked very quickly for results. I just want to give kudos to the foresight to do it and the attempt to do it. But that being said, I think asking some questions about it still perfect. I talked about 6 other colleagues, epidemiologists. How did you read the study? What came to mind as you read it? These kinds of questions came to mind. Among the close contacts, was every case included? So among those close contacts, did they find every case? And to know that, you have to ask a couple additional questions that aren't in the range. How many index cases were there? So they never actually say how many kids had COVID in the study. They just talk about how many close contacts were tested. So how many index cases were there? And what was the total number of close contacts that were generated? Not how many were tested, but how many were generated. Of those close contacts, how many were tested? So you can imagine a close contact happened, and they didn't come back into school to get tested, right? They decided they didn't want to do all the tests. To know whether every case was found, we got to know how many close contacts were, how many of those were tested. If any of them weren't tested, did any of them have COVID? I tried to ask a couple of colleagues who were involved in the study, is it possible you missed any cases? Because a few additional cases could make that number unsteady. So hopefully they found everyone, but just in terms of reporting out in a full report, it would be really good to know we got every close contact we tested. That's the first question. Did we find every close contact case? Of the positive close contacts, what's not stated in the report is how much of that happened at schools that are at 3 to 6 feet versus more than 6 feet. And to me, it gets a little bit into what do we mean when we say close contact? Does it mean like they spent 16 minutes at lunch without their masks on? Or does it mean they spent 6 hours sitting next to them in a classroom? And it would be really nice to know of all those cases and close contacts, how many came from the whole district in which there are 3 to 6. Finally, the third one, and you've probably seen a lot of headlines just in the last couple days. What do we know about the spread of the new variant? What's the impact of that? So again, overall, I'm enthusiastic about that evaluation. It has to be, it's overall reassuring, but it's preliminary, and these are some important questions to find until it's over. All I have for my report. I'm happy to answer questions if there are about this.
Okay, do board members have questions or comments? Mr. Lindy?
This is hopefully an easy one. And Dr. Kahn, thank you very much for this. I just wanted to make sure that I was interpreting the comparison group thing correctly. Yeah. So I wanted to try to say back to you what I think it says, sure. And you tell me if I'm off or right.
The best I can.
So as I understand this, like they're looking at kids who had a close contact, and they're looking at a comparison group of just kids. And what it's saying is, if you're in the group where you had a close contact with somebody with COVID, you have exactly the same likelihood of getting COVID as if you didn't. Like that's what this 2.9 and 2.9 is saying?
Yeah, so, and not a completely random set of other kids that were in that classroom or were grade equivalent.
Right.
In other districts. I would use the word exactly. I don't remember the study saying exactly, just because, we're not talking about sample sizes of 10,000 with perfect point estimates, but for the point estimate of 2.9% among close contacts, 2.9% among 205 other kids, 4 other kids.
Yeah. So you could be the kid, if the kid with COVID is in the front right corner of the classroom, you could be the kid in the bottom left corner or the kid right next to them, and you would have the same likelihood of getting COVID, which is less than 3%.
That's how I would.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Messer?
Yes, thank you for that. The one question in, the list of the other schools, one question I had there is, do we have data that shows whether they are adhering to a 6 feet versus a 3 feet? And then do we have a subset that we could say is, so these are the kind of schools in general, and then these reflect the diversity of our district. So maybe even a subset to be able to, I think the big picture is good, understanding kind of what their rules of engagement were, is it the 3 or 6, and then which do we think reflect our diversity?
And to my knowledge, there's not yet data on that by the table, but I'm sure that could be collected. And I would say what we're trying to work on in the background is a version of that plus how many cases they're having. And I think these 4 weeks of January, are an important update to what we started to track. So rates of positive cases among students and staff in the 3 feet, in the group that are at 3 to 6 feet, and the group that are staying at 6 feet. That's changing as kids come back in fullest percent. But I'll let Mitchell add to the response.
Yes, so I believe in, Rob, is there tomorrow, I'll let go on. I believe that the school where you're seeing the hybrid, they're probably adhering to the 6 feet, because the reason they're in hybrid is that to lessen the number of kids in session at any given time. So Sarah, can you add anything to that?
No, that's correct. I would add that we have to contact those districts and schools and add that to the chart.
The only other thing I would just add, it's not so easy to sort of characterize what distance you're at, since it will often vary, by age group and by building. So when we do talk to the current superintendents to understand where the cases are and what distance they're at, you can imagine there's an overall summary they can describe, but in the end, there's a fair amount of variability by age. Some will say, in certain buildings, I get pretty much 6 feet, in other buildings, it's a little hard to precisely.
Okay, and then the only other question I have is, I've seen some data showing where they took one cohort that was quote unquote working from home and one cohort that was actually working in an office. And they were showing that really there was no difference there, at least in this, where they were looking at this, people were, even though they were at home, it wasn't any less safe than it was any more safe than being at work. And so, are we doing anything in education where we're looking at children that are in school and being able to compare to children that aren't in school that may not have safety protocols or whatever? Is there that type of assessment?
I can't answer that definitively. My recollection is there was an early on study along those lines in the preschool space, the preschool teachers at home versus the preschool teachers that are in the room, and not finding a big difference in infection rates early on. For all the studies that have been done, they're all going to be imperfect. And honestly, this sort of evaluation gets us about as close to what you need to know about the space. But if you have that particular study in mind, if you want to send it to me, I can try to follow up and see if there's other true parallels. I think there are a couple other studies in the pipeline that are similar to this. They aren't yet published. And hopefully, within a month or two, those will be out. but I haven't seen anything that really helps definitively answer.
So Vice President Messer, I will say that I'm looking at the data right now for our district in terms of students as well as employee confirmed cases. And since the time that we resumed distance learning, we've had a lot of cases in terms of confirmed for our staff and for our students. So just as an example, for our employees on 1/4/29 confirmed cases. And so I have to break out to find out exactly where those people were. But if they're school-based people, they weren't in our buildings. Well, they would have been in our buildings anyway because they were on break until 1/4.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that we're seeing an increase in the cases even when we're in distance learning. So the transmission is not taking. Thank you.
Ms. Bates, followed by Ms. Bowers.
Yeah, have we broken out the number of cases that our students have by who are involved in extracurriculars and who aren't? Because we haven't stopped extracurriculars, the games, the practices, and is there a way to parallel that with the ones who have stayed home?
Yes, so we have looked at the data in terms of confirmed cases for our kids who are in sports. I did not bring that data with me. Sarah, do you by any chance have access to that data?
I don't have it at my fingertips, but I know we do have it.
Can we get it before we make our decision? I think that would be important to know because these students are out in the community and they're in close contact with one another and with children from other districts. Yeah.
Ms. Bowers?
Yes. Do you have any information on the safety protocols at these schools that are in person?
The specific ones listed on that table.
Yeah, I'm aware in general. Maybe it's few.
Yeah, I do not have specific information. Sarah, was that you're still on? Do you have additional information?
No, that wasn't part of the information we collected, but we would be happy to follow up and do that.
I'll go ahead and, I think I have more of a comment than a question, just out of concern. Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, Mike. You can go ahead first. Mr. Morosky?
Awesome. Thanks, President Jones. Just a couple questions. So similar, it's kind of similar to Ms. Bauer's question, I think. On the list of schools, slide 13, one of my questions is, how many of those, do we know how many of those students have ended up in quarantine, like vis-a-vis our students? Because it's nice to see that list, but it's not very meaningful to me if I don't have some kind of comparison, i.e. what Ms. Bowers is asking for or how many of their kids are in quarantine. And to go along with that, then I'll have one more question after that, but to go along with that, when we talk about like these being higher or transfer being more, whether we've been in virtual, in some ways I feel it's a false equivalency because the virus is out of control right now and we're in purple in the county, so it's going to be up no matter where we're in or out. And so it's kind of a statement to go along with the question. But do we know how many of those students are in quarantine or have been, and teachers?
I'm sorry, so I think I heard you were breaking up a little bit. Are you asking me the number of students who have been in quarantine?
No, I'm asking Dr. Khan on the slide 13 of the schools that are in person, how many of the students and teachers are in quarantine?
And Mr. Rescue, do you mean currently, like in the month of January, now that they're back, how many quarantine cases are being generated, or historically based on, past performance?
Now.
No, I think it's an active data gathering process. A group of us are doing separately, led by Ms. Triple Oliver, to hold them together. What we do know is the impetus for the study was that many were being put in quarantine for the districts that were at less than 6. And now with this new guidance are now in the classroom. So there will still be close contacts, but those at 3 to 6 feet for those districts are now in the classroom. I think the related question, if we go back to that original framework, how many new cases are being generated, if any? And is there any acceleration in that, or is it flat? What would it be due to? That's the real question. And I think the impetus for your point, like what's actively happening right now, given the shift in guidance and the shift to being hybrid and in person, what's the most active surveillance that we can help do and know to inform your
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Kahn. My last question is, and I know you addressed this a little bit at the end. I'm just curious if you have any insight, either one of y'all, if you have any insight on this B117 UK virus, and if that, and any of this, with it being, what do they say, like 50% more contagious, et cetera, and the outgoing CDC director warning that we haven't even gotten to the one yet, because that's on my brain as we have this recently as yesterday. CDC warning that it's going to work, that this new UK 117 is that, I'm just curious your opinion. I don't know as much about them as I do.
No, I think
Dr. Kahn, if you don't mind, if you understood what the question is, could you share it with us? Because we
yeah,
hear it.
Mr. Rossi, what I heard you say, anything I can share about the variant, what the latest evidence is emerging on the variant in the area or in the region. Does that sound right, Mr. Rossi?
Yes, in light of the CDC director warning that in 2 months, or the worst, we haven't hit the worst of this yet.
Yeah, hit the worst of it yet. So the variant is a little shift in a protein that is increasingly believed to make it more contagious. And it is in the UK and quickly became the most common version of the virus. It is showing up here in the US. There is not yet the ideal surveillance system that would say, how are we doing across the US? What is it in Ohio? What is it in... My sense is those are being set up and there's billions about to be poured into very active surveillance. Before I go any further, though, I would say what I really read this morning, actually, about the detailed study in the UK is, yes, overall it is more contagious, but younger children still remain half as contagious as adults. So everybody's more contagious, but children remain at lower risk as part of it. I talked to 2 labs in the region who are sequencing for it, and they have not yet found a case in the county. That being said, we wouldn't want to underestimate, as we have in the past, what can happen reasonably quickly. I think last thing I would just say is, you've got the new variant and you've got the vaccine, and an intense focus on rapid execution around vaccination as holistically as possible is the best way to counteract any approach of the variant into this region. But, there's a little bit of a race against time. I don't mean to overframe it that way, but I can't encourage strongly enough. We're all in on vaccinations. It's just personal feelings about the contagion. All in on vaccination. My family, my wife has had it. Physician, I've had it. Strongly recommend that that's the best way to deal with a lot of the questions. I'll get on for next.
Ms. Bolton.
Yeah, first, just a comment. I want to thank the Chair of Health, Safety, and Space, and also fellow member, because Mr. Lindy, because we sort of had this preview and knew that this was evolving. And I think it's true that putting it on the agenda and the close questioning by Mr. Lindy, and then we relayed that through our minutes. So it just was so helpful to have had a head start, so to speak, to be thinking about this. I do have a question. Of the schools that were in the study, do we know what, and I probably missed this, what kinds of schools there were and the kind of the ratio of suburban versus the urban, or whatever, is it a
If I could
mix?
have had a second slide of additional questions one might want to ask, I was trying to keep it discreet in back pocket. That would be another basic, anytime we read a journal article, like how similar are the results, how applicable are those results to my context? And so again, I know of a couple in the region that I wouldn't say are directly comparable to ours, but I don't know of the other 6 or 8 that contributed students, which districts those are and how comparable. To my knowledge, they're not large urban school districts.
And I don't mean to draw any conclusion as a result of that.
I think right to that point, what would truly be different that would make it inapplicable is a really important question to ask.
Exactly.
The virus is the virus, masks are masks, hygiene is
Exactly.
hygiene. And so I think it would be reasonable to assume I think they could be applicable to your district.
Thank you.
Yes. And then I had a comment that I think was you covered when Mike's response about the variant. And my comment is, it's always, I'm always fearful of hearing about these new strains because as I read material research about it, I keep hearing more and more about, because we don't know enough about it, we don't really know how it spreads among kids. And any reaction or anything about that. So I am concerned about that. But I still feel that in any way, what we've done in terms of safety protocols and that kind of thing really has been our sort of safety net for us. So I guess my comment was that I am still concerned as this variant starts to spread widely that because I've read that it impacts kids in a way that this regular COVID virus doesn't. So that would be my only comment. Yes, Ms. Bates.
Yeah, this may be for Dr. Amin, but do you have any data or insight as to the comparison of positive rates for people and children who are in housing with multiple units versus single units? And what I'm kind of getting at is if it's significantly higher, it may be safer for the kids to be in school than not. I don't want you to get to that conclusion, but to at least kind of assist with that piece of data.
Yeah, so it's something that we could look at. I think that we could probably only base it on the address given and if there, is an apartment or unit number associated with that address, and we can make a comparison. Very early on in the pandemic, that there were large housing units where we were seeing spread, but I think it was more related to the community and, the people interacting, frequently in that building more so than being, in that building, but, independently. But we can definitely look at that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and not to belabor that point, because I agree with what Ms. Bates is saying for the most part, but I also think, which is why I believe, and I'm not a researcher or anything, but I think it's the density of the population that also contributes to the spread. So if you have kids who live in dense areas, like in our urban setting, and they contract the virus and are still coming to school or whatever, then the likelihood is greater in terms of a spread, as I see it. But, I think it's on both sides of the coin. So, but what's different is a lot of these are, for the most part, suburban schools. And I always say, CPS is uniquely positioned here because we are in an urban setting. And so I think we have to take into account all of those factors of density in population and multifamily units and that kind of thing, which is different from these, because I hear rumors about a couple of suburban schools where they're going 5 days a week, but they go home, they're in this one family unit where they're not having that contact and outside, so they feel fairly safe. And again, that's not based on research or anything. That's kind of what I hear people talking about. So, but anyway, enough on that. Ms. Bolton?
Yeah, I am gonna belabor this just for a minute, sorry. And I think it is about housing. It is about, families having to take public transportation instead of their own private cars. I think it's the existence of more multi-generational households in our family's situations, many. And I do think it has something to do with existing health conditions. So I think there is a difference that we probably need to, that we should at least consider. But I will maintain, I believe our kids are safer at school than they are in, where they may be out and about. And I know they're safe, as safe as they can be, at least under our protocols at CPS, than they may be in some of the other schools that they may be attending. I'll say that publicly anytime. But my issue now is that it's the grown-ups in the schools that actually are impacting whether or not we can come back to school. And so that's a focus for me is what's the data we have about staff? The data we have is that they're absent. And some of the things that are contributing to their absence, though, are these, the criteria for the quarantine, the criteria 14 days instead. So there are things that would reduce their absenteeism just procedurally. But
Well, and I, rather than belabor, because I think you're sort of moving us into a different discussion, I believe that we are going to have that discussion. I believe the superintendent will probably have something to add as we begin to talk about the planning piece of it and what happens next. So I think that's a huge factor in what we should be talking about is that the staffing issue and how is that going to end. I just didn't want you to belabor it once and then belabor it again afterwards, but because I think we get the point. I think we all agree. We don't disagree horribly on it. Yeah. So any other questions for?
I just want to add one thing.
Ms. Bowers?
President Jones, that some of these schools on this list provide education to our population of students. Riverside Academy, Cincinnati College Prep, Dawn High School, and the site schools are in school. The Catholic Inner City School education, those are our kids in our district that are going to those schools. So I wanted to reiterate that some of these are suburban, but some of these and site schools are not really on here in general, but they are providing education to our kids in an in-person setting.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions and comments for Dr. Khan and Dr. Amin? Okay. Well, we thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you soon with more.
Board member Faith's question about the number of athletes, 52 since June. And I'm checking now to find out how many teams we've actually had playing since that time, impacting how many kids. So, these would be hundreds of kids. We've had 52.
Go ahead, Ms. Bowers.
Yes, Superintendent, are you able to break that out? And 52 is inclusive of football, but because basketball is a more contact sport, and where we are now, is there any way to get information about where we are with them right now?
We do have that information.
Okay.
I just don't have it in my finger.
Okay.
But we do have it since June.
Okay.
By teams.
Okay. So I guess we're at the point on the agenda. I think, Ms. Bolton, that was a great lead. Your comments were a great lead into sort of an open. So it's to lead us into an open discussion about the plan to return. And I'm looking at the superintendent. I don't know, Superintendent, if you had any follow-up comments, including your thoughts about where we are now, status-wise, and what your thinking is about the plan to return.
So I'm going to ask for HR Director also to come forward because part of the return plan would include the vaccine. And so we do have a presentation regarding our plans for the rollout of the vaccine. In addition, I believe I informed the board earlier this week that CPS, we received a letter from the Ohio Department of Education asking that we sign off on a letter that we would be back in session in some format by March 1st in order to be able to receive the vaccine. So that letter is signed and ready to go because it is due on Monday, but I'm waiting for the board to make a date and push the button to send it.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
So what we'd like to share with you today is the presentation with our joint principals and directors and also with our union leaders just this past week. Both of those meetings occurred on Thursday. And as you can imagine, a lot of this information is just hot off the press, but we wanted to be out in front with a plan because when it's time for the vaccine to be available for our staff, we want to be ready. So first, I'd like to mention the team that we put together to organize this on our side for the district. Myself, Susan Bunting, Krista Boyle, and also I would like to thank Brooke Lighting from Krista's team as well, who helped us with the presentations that we had this past week. So as everyone has probably heard, Governor DeWine has stated that the vaccine will become available to school staff beginning February 1st. We've been working with the Health Commission on how that plan would potentially roll out and how that will roll out over those first 4 weeks so we can be as aggressive as possible with getting the vaccine to those individuals who want the vaccine. So we're going to utilize our school buildings. We have some of the best resources in the city of Cincinnati, and we plan to organize those on Saturdays. We've already picked locations throughout the city, try to have it spread amongst east side, west side, convenience to bus for our staff who need to use public transportation. So you can see the schools that we've listed there, initially starting with Sands, Schroeder, Midway, Roberts, and Dayton Montessori. We truly hope as these 4 weeks progress that we will be able to open up more sites when the vaccine becomes more readily available. The vaccine at this point for our staff is voluntary. However, we are going to encourage our staff to receive the vaccine. We're treating this as a celebration. As I said to the principals and the directors, it's kind of like if you haven't seen the light at the end of the tunnel, hopefully this will help provide a little bit or make it even brighter for you. Also, to support the fact of encouragement of getting the vaccine, we also have our benefits committee approved in our wellness plan. Our staff who take advantage of our wellness plan can earn up to $500 for various activities. The benefit committee approved, if vaccine, that an employee can get $250 of that $500, and that could also apply to a spouse as well. So again, a way to encourage receiving the vaccine. So as you can imagine, again, when we talk to the health commissioner, they are requesting anywhere between 1,500 to 2,000 vaccines a week, and they're getting between 5 to 750 right now. The numbers are coming in slow. So we had to rank in priority of our staff who should go first. So as you can see from this slide, we determined that our specialized classrooms, these would be classrooms where students struggle wearing a mask, in some instances can't wear a mask, but those staff that work in those settings would be the first that we would offer the vaccine to. Second, to our custodians, because those are the individuals in the building cleaning the buildings on a regular basis. Next, we would go to our preschool and kindergarten staff. From there, we would move to our high school staff and any of those individuals in those buildings. Next, the elementary staff and anyone that is in that building co-located with the school. And then last, it would be the education center in Iowa Street. So yesterday, Krista Boyle's team, was able to send a communication out to all of our employees with the positive message of the vaccine and the fact that it is coming. And we were also able to provide a survey to them where they could then respond to particular questions. What we are asking is, one, are you willing to take the vaccine? 2, location, is this convenient? What group of category of staff do you fall into? And then they were giving my contact information, my email, for any additional questions. So we've been able to generate more questions, and we can update our Q&A to send back out to our staff So once we start receiving the notification regarding the vaccine, that our staff then will receive an email from the Health Commission asking them to sign up because it's their turn as far as going and attending for the vaccine. We're telling our staff to sign up quickly because we know at first the numbers will be small, but we are so hopeful that it will grow to the month of February. Our staff member then will report to the location, and we know that the vaccines will be scheduled in 3-minute increments. One important thing to note is there is a rest period after the vaccine where our staff will have a place to sit and be monitored to make sure that there's no reaction. So, as I said, we asked our principals and directors after the conversation we had with them, they're using this very presentation as well, to meet with their staff over the next week, talk about the vaccine, collect any questions that staff may have so we can help them move along. Last night, I received probably 75 emails just in the time from the presentation on Thursday through Friday with questions, and they're great questions. And we're going to answer them because that's part of moving this along and making our staff feel comfortable to accept the vaccine. Lastly, we then provided some important staff FQAs for our staff. And again, I will repeat some of those. One very popular question, is it mandatory? At this time, no, but we highly, highly recommend it. The $250 that can go to the wellness plan is a very, very popular question. I think our staff was very happy with that. And I thank again the benefit committee for moving that work along. And will there be a cost for the vaccine? And the answer to that is no. So lastly, we just provided some common questions, some myths around the vaccine and COVID in general, just so our staff have that information and they can share it with the rest of their teams. So again, I think everyone was very, very happy to have this conversation because again, it kind of brightens the light at the end of the tunnel. We're very hopeful through February that we can ramp up and add more sites to get all of the vaccine to our staff who would like to have it. Thank you, and I'm glad to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Mr. McDowell? Mr. Messer?
Yes, thank you. This is very well done. I feel like I want to share this with my company. And we haven't officially gotten the rollout plan for the people not in the study, so it was very well done. The question is, I thought I understood that there were some requirements for us to even get the vaccine for our staff from the state.
So I believe what Superintendent or Mitchell responded to earlier was the ODE form that we have to sign off on. This was through the Health Commission, and right now this is the 1B level, so our staff falls into that category, and we are working with them to provide that as quickly as possible. So there's nothing that we have to agree to receive,
okay,
other than getting it, and hopefully the numbers increase through the month of February.
So no requirement that there, maybe I missed it, that there is a specific date you have to commit to before they will then even vaccine to a district.
That's the letter that I was talking about. So
Oh, okay,
sorry.
so that it's really not.
We received a letter from the Ohio letter that said in order for your school staff to receive the vaccine, you must sign this letter saying that you will be in person by March 1st in some degree. So it could be 5 days a week, 4 days a week, hybrid, a blended learning model, as long as you have in-person instruction taking place. In addition, I received a call a little bit later in the week from the deputy superintendent for the state asking what CPS's intent is. And so I explained we were having a meeting today, and after a decision was reached, then we would be able to either sign off on the letter and send it forward or not send it forward.
Okay, so just so it's just you're just committing that you will do something. You don't have to be in current. Okay, got it.
By March 1st.
Got it. Okay.
Ms. Bates?
And right now, and even when we're in blended, Walnut Hills was not in school at all. So if the decision is to continue them virtually, will that disqualify us from the vaccination, or will those teachers not have access to the vaccination?
I do not know the answer to that question. I can find out. I will say that yesterday I met with the Ohio aides, so those are the urban superintendents for Ohio, and the building presidents for their teachers. And it was expressed a great concern that we had to sign off on such an agreement to be able to receive the vaccine. And so I do know that they will be speaking out against having that contingency that you can't receive the vaccine alone. So they are concerned what happens if you sign off on the letter and then the health data for your area significantly deteriorates. Will there be any action that will go against the superintendent for having signed off on the letter and not being able to actually move forward and being in person on March 1st?
Well, but my question's a little different.
Yeah,
We're not basing Walnut Hills on that data. We're basing that on spacing that the board specified.
Mr. Morosky?
Thank you, President Jones. My question involves the just the vaccine. So, point of clarity for me would be helpful to know if. So, with the governor's mandate of March 1st, can you not hear me?
It's not too high. He's just turning up the volume here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So with the governor's mandate of March 1st, which in a lot of ways feels like kind of a gun to the head, but I'll leave that aside for now. With the governor's mandate of March 1st, if we send this letter, is it, and things are terrible March 1st, that's one scenario. But another thing I'm curious about with the vaccine for teachers, are we asking that they have both vaccines and then a 2-week waiting period before going back? Or do we not know? Because I can tell you that the hospitals don't even have second shipments of the vaccine. So pardon my cynicism that we're going to magically have them because the hospitals don't. So that's what I'm curious about. Are we going to make sure teachers have both vaccines and then wait 2 weeks? Or are we just going to send a letter saying we'll be back March 1st when the B117 virus will be here and not really even have an assurance we'll have the vaccines?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, so somebody.
The question is, what's the protocol for vaccinations? Are we making sure that the teachers, or does the governor not know? Is it 2 vaccines, 2-week waiting period, or just open schools and hopefully we'll get to the vaccine when we can? Like, what are we agreeing to if we send this letter?
Ms. Bowers, are you commenting?
Yes,
Mike?
I think, and Superintendent, you can clarify, but I thought in the letter, it actually said that it's a possibility that everybody won't have the second vaccine by March 1st. And it's really contingent on when you get the vaccine, because I got a vaccine the other day. So it depends on the time that you get it. And you have to wait at least 28 days with maybe a 4-day window after the 28 that you can wait. But it depends on when you get the vaccine. So if you get it on the 17th, you're probably not going to have the second dose by the 1st. And I think it says that in the letter.
I would say the comeback of whether we come back after the first dose, after the second dose, or before the first dose is the board's decision.
Okay.
Okay, great. Okay, any other questions from Mr. McDowell regarding the presentation? I mean, we are starting to lead into more of a conversation and discussion that I think where people have lots of questions, and I want to be sensitive of time too. So, no more questions from Mr. McDowell? Ms. Bolton?
Just a quick two. First, does age enter into any of the consideration? Because I know nationally it's an impact. And then does this actually reflect the phase back to in-person? Doesn't sound like it because the high schools are getting it before some of the elementary. I didn't know if you consciously tried to mirror whatever has been the original proposed phase back. That's just what I would be asking.
Yeah, and actually, I was just going to ask the superintendent to kind of give us a status report of where things are now and kind of what her thinking is, just to give us some guidance as we start to talk about those kinds of things.
Alcohol, go too far. So I did spray my hand with alcohol.
Thank you.
So what I'm giving you is a presentation at the last board meeting that laid out the process for return. So just to highlight and bring to your recollection the guiding principles that you all need to be reminded, because this is something that you created in terms of health and safety being one of our principles, in person as much as possible, equity, the use of data to make decisions, and then responsibility. Page 18 really talks about the risk factor in terms of what are the risks for our kids being at home educationally. They're safe as we believe to be in terms of the virus, but being at home, there are educational drawbacks. And then there's the reverse side of that as well. If you then go to page 20, it shows a possible timeline in terms of a return, starting with the pre-K students and specialized units first, and then being able to get phased in over weeks until we're able to get pre-K to 12 back. Now, I will say that all of this, as we thought about the potential timeline, we also took into consideration the new guidelines regarding quarantine. So we have fewer days now that our staff members can actually quarantine, and it will be safe for them to. In addition to the vaccine, and lastly, a robust staffing plan for any staff members who are absent in terms of a backup plan. So those are the three major things that we thought about as we laid out this timeline at our last meeting.
Any questions about that? So I guess just as a starting point of the board members, I think we have the decisions to make. It sounds like there are still lots of questions about what the requirement is, what the expectations are as far as the rollout of the vaccine. But superintendent, I'm assuming that what you're recommending is that we look at this as a guideline for what we do. So we have to make decisions about the request from the state. Is the board in agreement to go back or not, or what direction we want to go with that? And so this is the guideline that we use. Yeah.
Except that the guideline is based on board decision.
Yes.
And we can change our board decision,
Yes.
which will change the guideline.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Absolutely. Okay. This starts the conversation.
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Lindy.
Regional assistant for I might go.
Yes, this may be impactful for your decision. So we have had close to 3,000 students involved in sports since we started in August. So 2,900 broken out between fall and winter sports. And so out of the 2,900, we've had 50 cases of COVID.
Okay. Mr. Lynn.
I was just going to offer as a suggestion that we just start with the first of the two questions you raised, President Jones, which was about the letter the board needs to get back. I'm of course happy to go in whatever direction you like, but it seemed to me that that's an easier one.
That's fine. Yeah.
And I certainly think we should sign the letter. I was curious.
So the letter is saying, in order to get the vaccines, roll out the vaccines, that we need to come back to school in some way by March 1st. And that's a starting point. Any questions about that? If anybody have any?
All schools? That's what we don't know.
It doesn't say
It says
that.
district.
And we may be committing to all schools, which is fine with me, but just know that.
All of our, yeah, I get what you're saying. And that would include Walnut Hills, but, okay, hold on, because I'm just throwing this in here. Is that if our plan, it could be that we have a phase-in plan. And we still need to talk about schools like Walnut. I hear you clearly, Ms. Bolton. Ms. Bates. Got the beats mixed up, but yeah. Okay, so I saw hands go up.
I spoke already.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you can start there, but we're gonna have a broader conversation anyway, so once you have kind of what your higher level aligned plan is, it should spit out like, A, you could sign the letter, B, you could communicate to teachers, C, you could do this. So my opinion is, I'd rather start at the broader and say, where are we from our rules of engagement? Has anything changed from the beginning? And I think a lot has changed. I think no matter if you're in schools or you're at work, everybody was operating from an unknown. We were trying to figure out wherever you sat. You probably went to church and everybody's trying to figure out what do you do. If you went to work, you're trying to figure out what to do. And, I think the good news is, for our work, it was like, all right, for 2021, what were our rules of engagement before? Now what do we know? And so what's different? And I would say that just going through that process really took people like, I forgot about that. Oh, well, I guess we do know that now. And it has set us up. So I think it'd be great to start with what this board decided initially, and then say, what changes from there? And that should guide us then in making the various decisions along the way.
Ms. Bolton?
Yeah, again, I'm glad that the superintendent has already turned to the page regarding our guidelines. I don't think those guidelines, those 5, have actually changed, but a lot else has, for sure. I think those guidelines were right on, but we know so much more. There's so much more data. We're also in perhaps a worse place than we were in the midst of the summer and the fall, just from the community spread issue. So there's that too. But I like starting with those guidelines. How do we meet those guidelines? Are there any guidelines that have to be added? And I think the add is this whole staff thing. That's the add on the guidelines. I had to add one because we really are talking more and more about the kids and what have you, and that kind of stuff. But I think that's that unknown or known that's critical right now. But yes, I think there's going to be a majority of the boards that end up wanting to sign the letter, but I think it is helpful to go through the process a bit.
All right. So if in fact you have a question, go ahead.
No, I think you're going to, I'd rather follow you.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what path I'm going right now, but
Okay.
No, you can offer a suggestion. That's why we're here.
So if we want to follow kind of Ryan's thought and think holistically rather than starting with the letter piece, I'll just share where I'm at on this, which is that I think we should bring all kids back, and I think we should do it 5 days, and I think we should do it as soon as possible. Take a bold stance. I think those of you who have been with me for the last year know that this is very different from what I was saying over the summer. And the reason it's very different, there are many reasons, but primarily the science. And I think I'm very compelled by the study that Dr. Kahn was sharing that makes me feel very different about the importance for 6 feet in schools. I also have tried to kind of check this opinion by other community leaders, by other parents and diverse groups of parents who have shared that so long as there's a way for families who don't feel safe in that environment because of some underlying health condition, so long as there's some way for them to get instruction in their current school, they would like kids to do that too.
Okay.
So again, I may be on my own, but I wanted to share at least where I was.
Okay. So I'm going to interrupt one time because we are on a time frame. To be cognizant of that. So I want to make sure that everybody gets heard, and we may even go over a little bit of the time, but this is important and we need to talk about it. So I'm going to ask people, And I'm kind of gonna go to everybody to kind of get the same framework. I'll ask people to follow that same framework, at least gives us somewhere to start. But then go short on the commentary. Just tell us what you believe, and let's start with that. It sounds like that we're all in agreement about the guidelines and principles, right? Okay, so we're not in agreement about that.
These five?
You're not in agreement with these five guiding principles.
Okay. I'm over the previous page.
Yeah.
I'm on the timeline.
Okay, well, the timeline is part of what I think I want to ask each board member. I mean, if you want to talk about that when we ask you to speak, then that's fine.
Guidelines.
So everybody's in agreement with the guideline, the guiding principle. Okay, so the next question is.
We have five.
Mike. Yes. Mr. Morosky?
I'm good, never mind.
Okay. And Yale, so that we can make sure we get you, because I didn't see. Okay, so the next question is, we have this letter that has to be in by Monday. People need to respond to that. The next question then is, what is your recommendation or thought about how we move forward? So maybe that's a place to start. And then we can bounce around questions or whatever based on that. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So you said.
So I'm for the letter.
Support the letter.
I'll support the letter. I'd love to get
5 days a week, all schools. Go ahead, we got it. Ms.
There was one more why.
Okay, not yet. Go ahead, Ms. Bowles.
I absolutely support the letter, and I am well informed about the phase-in that is suggested regarding the vaccination. My only reservation is I would want it to reflect more of the in-person phase-in than it currently does.
What does that mean?
That means that the order that the vaccinations were going out was not necessarily reflective of the order of the return to school. And I do think age should have something to do with it if we have to ration it a bit. But yes, absolutely for the letter, and any number of days that are deemed safe by our superintendent and administration. I want those kids back.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bates.
I'm in favor of the letter, for sure. And like Mr. Lindy, I'm in favor of 5 days a week in person. And we can discuss later some input I have as to how we can help accommodate that.
5 days, all students. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Messer?
I would, in a perfect world, love to start with a recommendation of the superintendent and their team. To say that
her recommendation was basically what we had proposed.
So I think it was like following board decision. Like I think she was executing, like there's some key questions, like based on the data today, do they think 3 or 6 feet is a deciding factor? Because if they didn't, I mean, I think that's a really, because that's what they do every day. They're looking at all this. And I think
for sake of time, can we get to what everybody is thinking right now and then ask the superintendent to give us a status report that might address some of the concerns that people are asking about? Like what you're just saying?
Yeah, I mean, we can do that. I just think that
since that's the
we have people who are professionals who have done this. We've obviously thought about things and we have our ideas and things, but I look to the experts to say, based on all the analysis that's been done week over week over week, would some of these factors that have driven our current decisions change? So that would give me confidence to say, good, based on that. Because I am not studying the 3 versus 6. I'm not looking at the data for the social emotional piece. And I think that group, this is what they do every day, probably has a recommendation that sometimes we say you can give us a recommendation in this box. So that being said, all things equal, yes, I'd love to get our kids back full time and as soon as possible. But the question is, what has the analysis been that
Okay.
impacted.
If we can get everybody's thought, and then we'll go back to those questions, okay? And earlier, I did ask if we could get the superintendent to give us an update on kind of where things were before we started this, but we didn't get there. But I do think what you're saying is important. We do need to hear from them. So go ahead, Ms. Ballard.
I am in agreement of the letter and of the return to blended learning timeline, not to a 5-day return.
Okay. And then finally, I am in agreement with the letter, so that takes care of that. Okay, Mr. Morosky.
Oh. You supposed to say,
Go ahead.
what about me?
You gotta yell.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Great. I've already made clear I am no fan of the gun to the head March 1st deadline, holding the vaccine as a carrot. That said, it's the reality in which we live, and I really want our teachers who are comfortable with the vaccine to have the opportunity to receive it, even though there's zero certainty they will by the time they're back in school, which I have grave concerns about, in addition to my concerns about the B117 and the warnings from the CDC director that we haven't even hit the worst of it. So I can't have the discussion about sending kids back 5 days. It makes no sense to me. And so, I'm fine with signing the letter because I think it's important for teachers that want the vaccine and custodial staff and paraprofessionals and administrative assistants, because there are more than just teachers interacting with our kids, to have the opportunity to get the vaccine. And then as far as sending students back, the plan that was in the presentation that the superintendent passed out moments ago of waiting until we're at 40 out of 100,000, what we talked about, I guess it was December 16th, I think, that to me was a very reasonable, sound plan, and looked at the numbers and based on strain to the system. And so I support that plan. I supported it then, and I support it now. And that's me.
Okay, we got you, Mr. Morosky. Okay, so he's in favor of the letter. So I think it's, what we're saying is that we're in favor of the letter. I think how we do it, there's still lots to talk about. My opinion is I am in favor of sending the letter. I think I would support a start back into the blended model with the expectation that if all goes well, that we can eventually move back to all kids in class sometime later, March, April, whenever it seems reasonable based on the data and what have you. Okay, so Ms. Bolton, you have a question? Because I'm going to ask the superintendent to speak to.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the parameters regarding the vaccination regarding staff. It's been mentioned it is not mandatory. What is it then? How do we proceed if it's, and I'm not suggesting it should be, I'm just saying, how do you even proceed district-wide if you aren't making it mandatory?
So I would ask general counsel to be able to speak to, from a legal perspective, this is a question we have been talking about for the last several months. I know that I checked with the city, and at this point in time, there aren't any employers who are making it mandatory. Although you all may decide not to make it mandatory, you may say, but we're going back to school. Whether we take the vaccine or not, we're returning to school in some format.
I think that's right. Personally, I think it's premature at this point when there's limited supplies of vaccine to have that discussion. But when supplies become more available, there will be a discussion, I'm sure, here and elsewhere about the legal experts are saying, yes, it's possible to make it mandatory. There's likely to be exceptions that will need to be made for religious reasons or for ADA disability reasons. There may be folks that it's dangerous to take the vaccine, but it appears that most folks it's safe. And again,
If it's available, I think it's possible for employers to make it mandatory.
Go ahead.
Follow-up question on that. I think we mentioned it at one of our, that I think the mandatory is an interesting question, and I think we will have more access and availability, so that is something that'll come up. But then also, I understand too that having it or not having it could impact how people are assigned. That you can't terminate somebody necessarily, or maybe, I don't know.
If you're making it mandatory, you might be in that position.
Okay.
But I will just say, I mean, there are already categories of our employees for whom we require a vaccine. Folks who work at Children's Hospital, we have teachers working at Children's Hospital. I believe they require a flu vaccine for some of their staff. And so, I mean, if you're going to work in that position, you have to have a vaccine. So it's not even unprecedented.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we can, if it's okay with the board, the superintendent, if you could just talk a little bit, your thoughts about where we are, recommendations based on this. I think we heard you say this is your recommendation, but I'm not sure. But I think people have lots of questions, and we can start with kind of what your thoughts are.
So I am not inclined to give a recommendation. It's not because I don't want to demonstrate leadership. It is because time and time again since August, the decision has gone back and forth. Is it the superintendent's decision? Is it the board's decision? Are we giving her the right? And so it was made very, very clear to me that you all tell me what to do. So I will provide you with the data. I will give you our best thinking on it. I have tried to look at the data and analyze it with our team, with our medical experts. But at the end of the day, it was made clear to me that your decision. I will say that to bring our kids back full-time all at once without a phase-in could be challenging. But if you think about the fact that many of these kids have not been in a formal setting since March. And so to bring all of these kids back. So when you have a summer break, it's 3 months, but it's almost been a year. For example, for our preschoolers who might be first time or kindergartners, so they're not used to that formal setting. So I think from a social emotional standpoint, as well as practicality and protocols in the classroom, I think a phase-in makes sense. But at the end of the day, it's your decision.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, so let's open the floor for discussion. Ms. Bolton.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment. The phase-in piece is your recommendation, not recommendation, but is your best judgment. This phase-in that we saw on December 16th, starting with the little people and the specialized classes and elementary and then high school. Okay, so you're standing by that one. Oh, gotcha. That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Messer.
Probably guess what I'm going to say. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the biggest problem we are facing, that if we don't figure this out, we're going to hold this district back.
Mm-hmm.
We are not the superintendent. I have looked and I've asked and I've called OSBA and everything else. And my takeaway is we are to entertain recommendations of our superintendent based on expertise, knowledge, the work of their team, and everything else. Obviously, we can give input and ask questions, but I just could never work in an environment where I was not empowered to do my job. And it pains me to hear that that's where we are. And remember, I was told, it was the one meeting I missed last fall, and I came back and I was like, what do you mean that? Who made that clear? And we have a superintendent who could be Secretary of Education in my mind. How in the world do we not trust her to help guide us? And that she becomes somebody who just takes something and goes and executes.
Okay. I would like to add my comment to that. I came into this meeting believing that we were going to come back in the plan that we had decided. But I also knew, just based on comments and emails and all of that we were going to have a diversity of opinions and differences of opinions about where we go. And to me, that does feel like starting all over when we really don't need to start back over. I also support that the superintendent should have a recommendation, and I don't disagree with what she's saying. And she's saying, I'm not going to make a recommendation because it gets shot down. Here's our starting point right here. That's what we agreed to. And so I'm suggesting that we honor that. This is what we said. This isn't what she said. This is what we said and agreed to. We agreed to this.
Yeah, we agreed to that, and we didn't design it. Our administrative folks designed it.
Yes,
We said yes to
exactly.
it.
They designed it.
Yeah,
Right.
they did. Now, okay,
Yeah.
I do believe there are several decisions in any school board governance that belong to the board.
Okay.
Under these circumstances, going back or not going back, I do think that's a board decision.
Yes. Okay.
I don't believe that we can determine the how we do it.
Exactly.
Okay, so I mean, I don't want this, so that I'm not disagreeing with what's been presented. My issue was, does the vaccination piece relate to the go back? That's the only
That's a
issue.
legitimate question. You have a right to ask that question, and that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
It sounds like what we're saying, if I'm understanding it, with the exception of Mike, and Mike can clarify this, everybody is in agreement that we're going back.
Yes.
Everybody's in agreement about the vaccine,
And
right?
the 5 principles.
And the 5 principles.
I'm not sure that's true. Can I ask a clarifying question?
Well, Ms. Bates had her hand, I'm going to acknowledge, and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Right. Well, again, I think ideally, and if the superintendent had vastly more experience with this than we do, you're kind of in the same boat we are. You give us the data. I know you have time during during your workday and more to disseminate the data, but this was based on a 4-3 vote. So any recommendation the superintendent gives is likely to be met with opposition from board members. So I think by insisting she give the recommendation on this issue is not very supportive of the superintendent. I think this squarely falls on our back on this issue. Generally, I would agree with Mr. Messer, but with the divided board, I think that's a difficult thing to ask of the superintendent, number one. And number two, we're looking at this or at some kind of timeline. And I agree, we do need to phase in. It's we can't just say, okay, Tuesday we're all going back 5 days a week. That's just not right. But we also have to look at our facilities. I mean, we have an entire high school campus that's not used for education. We have classrooms here. We can, if we go back in March, the weather is going to be warmer. There's, more opportunity for outdoor eat. I mean, there's all kinds of things that would impact going back safely and more safely than just the traditional line the desks up and kids go to the cafeteria or not.
President Jones, if I could just, I think this caveat might help. So this timeline, if you look at the timeline above, it gives you a number, right? And that number is per 100,000. So as we analyze the data, and Dr. Khan has cautioned us against this early on in the conversation, the moment we put any data point down, it potentially can paint you into a box. So if you're only looking at the color coding system from the governor, that could paint you in a box. If you look at the number 40, it could paint you in a box. And so what I'm saying is that we believe that we can bring kids back with a number higher than 40 per 100,000 because of the new quarantine guidelines, because of the vaccine, and because of a backup staffing plan. I just wanted to bring that caveat to bear.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lindy.
So that's helpful, Superintendent, because that's one thing that was very close to the question I was trying to ask. I think that I have two sets of questions, I think, where I'm unclear. One of them is like, is the proposal on the table that we basically get everybody vaccinated, but start executing this return plan now? Or I guess like not now, but like along the dates that are. I didn't think that's what we were talking about because we're not at 40. The thing that gives me concern about the not at 40 are all the other schools that are open. And so, but what I think I might be creating a problem that doesn't exist, because what I think I heard you say a second ago is that the proposal on the table is starting February 1st, we bring back pre-K3. Even though everybody won't be vaccinated yet, we will have been starting that. And then we'll continue to march along this timeline. Is that the proposal that's on the table?
That's what the administration feels is possible. The reason, and that 40 number, remember that 40 number only looked, here's what it did. It said, in the community, what was the number per 100,000 confirmed cases that we started to see a decline in our staffing attendance. And that's what that number is. So we're saying we believe we can come back with a number higher than 40 if we have those other three things in place moving forward.
I'm with you, and that's helpful. And I think as a result of that, I'd like to revise a little bit what I said earlier. And so from my perspective, like if the proposal on the table is February 1st, we do pre-K3, and then we continue to march around along this timeline, even as we're getting everybody vaccinated, so that we can have more kids back more often once teachers are vaccinated. I fully support that.
And that's what I think we're talking about in terms of phasing.
Yeah.
Which the superintendent knows that best. And so that is the proposal on the table.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think maybe I wasn't clear in that. I mean, I agree that these are guiding principles. What I think is worthy of the discussion is the assumptions we made that guided our decisions under each of these. So for this one, you had to have X, Y, and Z in place. For this one, it needed to be this. For this one, you do this. And so, the question is, have any of our assumptions changed? And I think the one in particular that I'm thinking about is 3 to 6 feet. And at what point do we have that conversation? And that is a big one because, the Walnut Hills kids, somebody told me recently that that school still has celebrating class of 2020 in the building. I mean, they haven't really even turned, that it's just been, these kids haven't been at all. And that decision, I think, dictates what happens with those students. And, I think it's a core to what decisions we have made or what the parameters we've given the district to work under. And that's some of the questions that I have is, have any of these assumptions changed?
Yeah, okay, and we can talk about that, but I also think we've always known, it's been no secret that Walnut Hills was an outlier. And there are reasons why. So if you use these guiding principles and the underlying assumptions, the question is, are they still an outlier? And I'd be willing to bet that we will all agree that they are. And do we want them all back in school? Yes, but the guiding principles don't change, but neither do the outliers. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just making a comment that in order for this to work, for phase in and for all kids, we still have to address the specific and unique needs of Walnut. That's just the reality. Go ahead, Superintendent. I see you, Ms. Fowler.
So I do think that the 3 feet, that is really the big question. Because once we answer that question, then that decides whether Walnut comes back. And so I think that your point is right on in terms of will the 3 feet, does the 3 feet fit within the guiding principle? And if not, are you willing to change those so that we can welcome one of those kids back, as well as bring kids back in a phase in, but get to full time? with 3 feet of social.
And do we know that, Superintendent? At Walnut, 3 feet?
Sarah, are you still there? Sarah knows the numbers, like by classroom, the number of kids we can get in.
Yes, I'm still here. I think
Sorry.
we'd have to go back and revisit that analysis, but I think there would still be challenges at Walnut even at 3 feet.
I'm sorry. There would be challenges at Walnut even with 3 feet of social distancing, if we're going to hold to that, because of the size of the classrooms. They're very small, so some classrooms could only accommodate 8 kids with 6 feet of social distancing. So I guess you could technically double that number with 3 feet of social. But the typical class, so that gets you up to, let's say, 16. But the typical class at Walnut has about 30 kids.
Okay. So we have Ms. Bolton, Ms. Bates, and Ms. Ballard.
I was first, Billy.
Oh, go ahead.
But
It
nevertheless,
doesn't matter. Go ahead.
on that point, the issue before was Walnut was only getting 1 day of in-person, where that allowed them to get 2 days, even with the 3 feet, which will be equivalent to the rest of the schools, but we will be probably closer, more kids in the 3 feet.
So we have that work going to be presented to the board. I just didn't bring it with me, so my apologies. Sarah, can you by any chance remember if we do 3 people that get the kids in at least 2 days a week? Do you remember that?
Yes, I believe it would.
So yeah, okay, I got it. I think Ms. Bolton.
I just want to reiterate that the guidelines that we've used stand, but for me, this issue of how to deal with staffing is that piece that we didn't know how to deal, and now vaccinations may be helping that. For the Walnut, or the question of 3 to 6 feet, that's what the administration has to come back and tell us. I've read a number of times that if the kids are wearing masks, it's more important than the 3 feet or the 6 feet. And so, but that's, you choose which, you choose which research you want to pay attention to. But yeah, I think those are the 2 things on the table for us, which is a 3 versus a 6. And this, what are we doing about staff? And that's where I would want the administration to figure out how to deal with that, and then tell us what they think.
And those are things that we don't have to decide today. It's on the table, right?
So Cole will remind us, since we have the luxury of having Dr. Khan here, can he talk to the feet in comparison to wearing masks?
Bill Wyoming.
It is really important for me to give good advice to your discussion. So just to restate the question, the relative importance of masking versus social distance. I think they're both important, and I can't give you a definitive answer. Clearly, masking is critical, good masking, quality masks all the time. But possible, I think the data on the distancing would say more than 6 feet or more is safer than 3 to 6 feet. I think this latest study would suggest 3 to 6 feet was not demonstrably different in safety than more than 6 feet, but it's preliminary. And I think the meta-analysis of like many articles that are out there that came out over the summer suggests it's a little bit of a gradient. Again, just as I said. So I think there's evidence to say 6 feet is, more than 6 feet is safest. 3 to 6 feet is safer than 0 to 3 feet.
Thank you. Great. In terms of the staffing, we have been working on a staffing plan. Not that we just started on this. It had been hard to even get substitutes to take the assignments previous, earlier, before we went to distance learning. Paul, you want to speak anything else to the staffing, please?
Yes, as Superintendent indicated, we have continued with our virtual opportunity to hire additional staff. We also, you might recall, we had positions called super subs. Those are individuals that are assigned to a specific building. And I know our schools are working very hard to have their staffing covered. We'll continue to interview, continue to hire. We've also reached out to all of our just regular substitute teachers about the possibility of a super sub position. Because as you can imagine, we want to have some consistency for them because that entices them to want to continue to work versus a message of, we'll use you if we flip that message a little bit to show the importance of all the staff that we need for our buildings. And I just want to thank our principals and our school-based staff for the work that they did prior to going remote and the work that they're doing now related to staffing. So thank you to all of them.
Thank you. Ms. Bates?
Yeah, and I'd like to go back to the facilities piece. I mean, I'm hearing the assumption that all kids will stay from Walnut will stay in Walnut. What's the capacity of Jacobs? Can we go 11, 12 at Jacobs? Taft, we have that huge room and facilities associated with the new Stargell Stadium. Can we spread some of the Taft kids out across the street if it's crowded? Can we put some Kilgore classrooms at Riverview East? I mean, there's ways to spread out with our current facilities a little bit better. I don't know how huge of an impact it would make, but certainly it would make an impact. We're in an emergency. You know, people need to understand that if the students have to move, it's for safety, and we can't go back to February of last year. But we can make accommodations within our own facilities to make make the facilities safer for our kids as they transition back.
So that is something that we explored at length during the summer, and all of the different scenarios that we came up with. One important caveat to that is the fact that the Walnut Hills teachers teach, in many cases, 7th and 8th grade classes, and then also 9th and 10th grade classes, or 11th and 12th grade classes. And so we thought about, okay, let's just pull 7th and 8th grade students out of Walnut, put them at another location so that the kids 9th to 12th can spread out. But you have some of the teachers who are teaching the younger kids, the younger adults, to the older ones. And so it would cause Walnut Hills to change their schedule, which is not impossible. But we did bring that up to Walnut as an option.
Okay. So, where are we? What I'm hearing is agree to the letter. People are on board with sort of the phase-in blended. We have questions that continue. Am I hearing something different?
How many are blended? How many are 5-day?
Well, the one 5-day, I thought the two of you moderated your positions when you said.
I moderated mine.
You moderated yours, and then I thought, Mel, you were okay with the timeline.
I'm okay with the timeline. I'm not okay with continuing blended indefinitely.
Oh, no.
That's not the proposal. Right. This says phase in.
Maybe Mike is okay with it.
Right, but I'm not. I mean, if we have to phase in blended with the intent to move to 5 days, I'm good with that. But I'm not okay with blended,
I don't know that we're going to get past. I think I'm not quite sure why we're stuck, because it feels like we're in the same place we were in the beginning of the year. I think what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that people do have thoughts about what they want. I mean, you're saying 5 days. I don't think we're against that. I think what we're saying is that we got to get started and that we're going to phase in with the intent of all kids coming back to class. But whether it's 5-day or blended, I don't think any of us have said we knew if it was going to be 5 days. And are you asking for us to make a decision on whether it's 5 days or blended?
I want an open-ended decision so that we're not coming back and while during the transition saying we're going to, the decision was to do blended for the rest of the year.
No.
Okay, well, I want that clarified because our initial decision was to do blended forever. and I want to change that, or I'm in favor of changing that to phasing in blended with the intent to move to 5 days.
Based on the data.
Right. And based on facilities and.
I'm looking for a start point. Go ahead. Ms.
The
Bolton.
start point is that I think we're actually united. The way I'm interpreting it, we all want to send a letter, which means we are committing to in-person education. We're committing to vaccinations. And I think we've all, somewhere along the line, agreed that phasing in with blended, and one of our 5 guidelines says to do as much in person as possible. And so it is over the long haul. That is the hope. And I think the degree to which, or the speed with which our professionals can get us there, and conditions allow it, I think we all want these kids back. So I mean, I think we're actually united.
Okay. Well said. I think your point, I mean, it's noted, and I think that's what we want to work toward. Whether or not we get there depends on what happens along the way, but at least we got a starting point. Are we good with that? We good with that?
Can we just restate it one last time?
No, I'm not going to.
I think it's really important.
I think, well,
I mean, I'd almost like to see it written.
well, it will, but we agreed to,
Return to in-person.
return to in-person
On what day?
February
By
1st.
March 4th. March
So that
1st.
even here, so like.
February, wait a minute, hold on.
I'm sorry.
February 1st.
October 5th.
Hold on. February 1st.
February 1st.
And that we will still continue to discuss and look at options specifically around Walnut Hills. But according to the plan, and the superintendent's gonna look at the facilities piece or the options, the 3 versus 6 feet scenario. So we'll get ongoing reports on that. Yes.
And what, the question I want to ask is, what's the understanding of what happens on March 1st and after? Is it that we're deciding today to leave that open? Or we're deciding today to continue blended? We're deciding not to make a decision on it.
Well, I guess I'm looking at what the timeline says. I'm looking at the timeline.
By
Yeah.
March.
And so that would
What does
say, that March 1st would be continue blended.
It could, yes. I don't think we'll know enough today.
So that's the thing I'm clear on. So
Yeah.
we're saying that like we're clear what's happening February 1st. We're clear what's happening February 15th. And we're gonna continue to look at information to decide March 1st.
I don't know if March 1st to me is not a magical date. Well, it's not a magical date. I think that the goal on the timeline says that March 1st, phase in of the high school is 9 through 12.
Mm-hmm.
What the concern that I hear is that we want to plan for a full return. Mm-hmm. I'm saying we can have that ongoing discussion based on some things that we have asked the superintendent to do.
That's right.
But March 1st may not be that date.
I think I have the same concern that Melanie did, which I didn't want to lock us for the year if we're going to have vaccines. Like that was what was.
But I also don't want to lock us into saying that we're going to be back 5 days.
If there's some good
it's not
reason why we
possible.
can't, I think that makes
Right.
sense. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Page.
But we also need to remove Walnut Hills will remain in distance due to classroom size constraints and move Walnut to week of March 1st.
Well, again, isn't that contingent on whether we can do the 3 versus 6? That's what I heard us say to the superintendent. We asked her to look at that 3 versus 6 feet and if it's doable at Walnut.
We also have to look at the enrollment numbers.
Well, whatever we have, that's.
But I do not want to say Walnut Hills will remain in distance. I want that line removed, or I'm recommending we remove that and work towards getting all of our high school kids back.
Just a full clarification, the only reason that statement was there was to adhere to your 6 feet rule.
And we're moving from that, so.
Okay. Ms. Bolton and then Mr. Morosky, and then we probably need to move on. I'm sorry.
I just think that, again, the how is up to them.
Yeah.
And the Walnut Hills piece, I think that does deserve a caveat, if you will, because the administration has been assigned to, or not assigned yet, but probably will be, about the 3 to 6 feet. So it just would be adding the phrase, or not even adding it necessarily, the idea with until the administration is able to determine those two things that we talked about, 3 and 6 or whatever. And certainly with the intent, we all agree, intent of in-person return is our goal for all of our students, for all of our schools. Hopefully still this year.
Always has been.
Yeah, that's our guideline.
Okay. All right, are we good? Are we good on this one? Okay. If we're ready to move on. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Well, you have to say, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Please let us know.
All good. No, you're good. You called on me. It's all good. Thank you, President Jones. And while I do not disagree with Ms. Bolton that I think we are largely aligned on following the protocol, I do feel the need to remind folks that we're purple and things are worse than they've ever been. And we have thrown every piece of criteria we have ever laid out the window to have a discussion to speed up getting kids back. And I think we just need to be really safe about that. And Ms. Bates just referenced we're getting rid of the 6 feet rule. I don't recall ever agreeing to that. So again, while I don't disagree with Ms. Bolton that we are aligned, I think, and the goal has always been we want kids back, I don't remember ever saying we were getting rid of the 6 feet rule. And if that is something that's happening, I want to just be on the record as not agreeing to it.
Okay, you're on record. We got it. Anything else? Ms. Bolton, last comment?
The sixth thing is left now to the administration. The board has not said it, but it's now left for the administration to figure it out or research it.
Thank you.
We've made no commitment to anything.
Okay, Superintendent, go ahead.
Yes, so just as I'm looking at the calendar for the timeline to begin pre-K through third, half of the kids, and then 7, 8 the following week half, and then 9, 12 the following. Then the week of March 1st. If everything works well, we could bring the other half of the kids back for the pre-K 3, and then March 8th bring the other half for 8, and then March 15th bring the other half of the 9, 12, so that by the beginning of fourth quarter, all kids are back. So just the work through
Thank you.
that.
Yes. And one more thing, and this comes under F. Are we looking at extending the school year? And if so, are we looking at the budget process and the additional funding it would take to pay our staff to, instead of our 5th semester, moving the 5th semester into full district?
So we do have a presentation scheduled for February the 8th to bring back to bring to the board a plan for summer learning for all of our kids.
Great.
Okay. I will say, let's make one other quick comment. In terms of bringing all of the kids back, just a consideration of potentially thinking about initially 4 days and having that middle day be a cleaning day, so that we make sure that we're able to maintain all of our safety protocols and keep everything completely sanitized and clean, so that our positivity rate won't go up.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we are now going to move on, and we've blown the schedule for, but we'll make it up. So we've scheduled to have just a couple minutes break. If people want to just stretch for a minute, or do you want to keep going?
5.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What kind of fruit we have here? There's some things they will only eat at my condo.
Oh, okay.
You know. No, because I'm my privilege to have it. Taste it and you don't like it, not finish it.
Okay, we're ready to go, and we've got a little bit of a modification here. And I meant to tell you up front that anything that's related to sort of board business, I'm facilitating that course. So what we're gonna do is move the board, the presentation on the new budget process up. After that, we'll introduce, Mr. Messer's gonna introduce Ms. Carter, and we will do the board exercise, and then she will do the envisioning CPS. It's a strategic point, and so she'll be working with that. So we're going to ask Ms. Wagner to introduce the new budget process.
Okay, so this is a proposed budget process. And it's based on what was in the strategic plan in terms of developing a process to equitably distribute financial resources. And I got to say, as somebody who is very data-oriented, very concrete, this equitable distribution of resources was a struggle for me because equity is almost in the eyes of the beholder, kind of like beauty. And so for a concrete thinker, it was really hard to think this through. But we think you have it figured out. So this is, we're in the first phase of the budget cycle. It's a little bit delayed because our old cycle took so long. So we got started a little bit late this year, but it's good timing for the conversation we're having today. And so the first phase of planning is where the board sets direction, gives it to the performance leadership team, and then we take it and disseminate it with more budget priorities and scope for the next fiscal year, the planning. Another new item is that we created a new kind of budget steering team that's not necessarily a performance leadership team, so that we can stay on the visionary items and actually get this group as more of the director level people to level up a little bit in their training, but then also help keep us out of the weeds. I'll go into the makeup of that. Going in the wrong place. So this is based off of today's agenda. What we were looking for was the 4 goals for 21, the new CPS design, what that's going to look like next year, and then the strategic plan refresh, whatever initiatives that we want to fund next year will all be put into the budget priorities for the leadership team to work on. So then the performance leadership team takes over, takes that direction from the board, creates the budget targets, the forecast. The budget target for the general fund's already been set. That's always based on the November forecast. That's at $650 million. We take into consideration the forecast for all of our state and federal funding sources, create budget measures. We monitor that team monitors the timeline and make sure that we're in compliance with our timelines. And then they pass the priorities on to the schools and the departments. So here's a function of the new steering team, is to help us with the redesign, help us with the alignment of the strategic goals. We have some sub-processes where we have difficulty when we're doing handoffs from one process to another that we want them to help us fix, and then make sure that we are compliant with our action plan. And so typically that team has been mostly budget and HR related, but we've added more of a cross-functional team so that we can maybe see some of the past failures coming and prevent them from happening. And then that way we can use this team to help communicate to some of the. And then we started meeting every Wednesday morning. So really we're looking at a 4-phase equitable distribution. First phase is the planning, and it's going to be beefier and longer than we typically do. Then in phase 2 is when we're going to focus on student data and the student needs, rather than just immediately jumping to how are we going to staff schools based on projections. What we want to do is what does every child need, and then build from there. And then phase 3 will be the equity, the categoricals, and just focusing on what needs to be supplemented to that base service. And then phase 4 would be the programmatic needs. For example, the Montessori schools have membership fees that the other schools. New Tech has fees. And then some of the schools have some like programmatic Vision 2020 kind of fees that would be layered on top of that. Throughout that whole 4 phases, we want to have a communication engagement plan through town halls. I'm meeting with EIP on Tuesday and getting their insight and engagement on the process. And then we will have to start with the ILT and LSD trainings. So this is an area that Mr. Messer talked about his first year on the board, where we hadn't properly communicated, here's our targets, these are all the fixed costs that we don't control. Debt, the tuition pass-through monies, district fees like our liability insurance and stuff like that, they get taken right off the top. And then we should focus on discretionary and publicize transparently what our discretionary funds are. Then we're transitioning from the planning phase into build phase. And we're going to try to kick off the schools and the students in central office so it's a parallel so we can catch up on some of our timelines. But this is kind of what I'm looking for and how to equitably distribute funds. So if we start with the very base and decide what does every student in CPS get? What do they need? Now what's the base of that one? And staff, services, and supplies. Then you layer on top of that the individual like these, the categorical spending for students with disabilities, the ELL students, the gifted students, advanced placement, and then on top of that, the programmatic needs. So here's a sample for philosophical discussions on where I'm thinking in terms of base needs versus add-ons. So every student gets a teacher.
Every student should get a textbook, whether it's electronic or hard book. Every student right now gets a laptop or an iPad. So the conversation, what I thought was interesting was, is transportation a base need, or is that an individualized need? Because not every student is eligible for transportation. So is that part of the base cost or part of the second level cost, third level cost? Every student should get a curriculum seat license for whatever digital learning software we use. POTI, PAM stands for PR Music, for the public interpretation. Counselors, is counselor a base need, and is it a base need just at the 7-12 band, or is it pre-K to 12? And then school social workers. But so there's a team that's starting those conversations about what's base and what's add-on. But we're going to have some kind of consensus on what that means so we can build on it. This approach also will help us get away from the siloed budgeting that we do based on fund. So this picture shows you that we spent 90% of our efforts on the general fund and the school-wide pool, which is Title I, Title IIA, and the general fund. The rest of the 10% is all the other $90 million that we have state federal funds that's we don't collectively do together, and then we don't actually report on it publicly as part of our budget process. But this process will help us do that if we start using it to actually supplement on top of the base. I think we can find a way to better use those funds if we do the base and then the add-on. So the base pieces would be funded by the general fund, and then the categorical part general fund, but also some of the supplemental services on top of that, we could better use the state and federal earlier in the process so that the general fund isn't as fund. And then other is an example. Western Hills used to use a local grant to buy their extra band teacher. And so that's an example of what that other looks like. So that puts us into a potential clash where the old process and the new process are going to differ. And then we have some contractual deadlines that might make this difficult. So in the past, we started in October with an extract on our enrollment by school, by grade, by disability, by category. And then we did a projection used on 3-year historical averages to project what next year's enrollment would look like by school, by grade, and by category. This year is a little bit difficult because it's hard to predict what our enrollment is going to be like, since we didn't know in November when our return to 5 days a week is going to be, and how is that going to impact parents' decisions about whether to send the students to our schools or not. So when Ms. Boyle presented next year's projections to you, I think it was in early December, if I'm not mistaken, maybe late November, that we were going to try to use next year's projections to maintain this year's October, and then build from there. So what we decided to do in terms of developing our staffing was use that October data and then do a spring revision, because as we bring kids back, more kids might come back to us that have found other places to look. So we don't want to paint ourselves in a corner, not having enough staff or having too much. And then what I really wanted to do with this was to use the Patterson staffing formulas, because that's based on national research that's recent, as opposed to some of our collective bargaining agreements that have been in place. The formula has been in place for 20 years. Do a comparison. We always use a collective bargaining agreement as a compliance check, but something Ms. Bolton has said to me, and it finally sunk in, was we shouldn't use that to design. We should design and then use it as compliance. So it's kind of a flip-flop approach. So we're faced with the decision what to do about staffing next year. We just finished this year's enrollment and teacher allocation process, so we're properly staffed for the enrollment that we have this fall going into the winter. So the one approach is, if we're just going to roll over our student enrollment, why wouldn't we just roll over our current staffing? That really limits our ability to fund strategic initiatives and to help that supplemental calculation. The problem with that is the collective bargaining agreement says we have to surplus people by February 6th, 3-4 weeks away. So it's a lot of work to do to meet that deadline. And then the transfer rounds, oops, I said rules, and the transfer rounds actually supposed to start on March 1. Now, in the past, we've been able to negotiate some leeway with that with the union. And so we're gonna see how they react to this process and then go from there. But that would cause an issue. What I would like to see, and my recommendation would be, is to go with the student projections that we have, build the base staffing based on that pyramid and the logic behind what is base and what's supplemental, and then do the comparison to what our current staff is and see where those challenges might be. But some other things to consider is that we have to finish the process to make sure that we're in compliance with all board policy, all state federal laws, and the collective bargaining agreement. Unless we can arrange a memorandum of understanding to change something. We need to consider what all the planned retirements were. I think Paul told me yesterday 40 people have announced their retirements for next year. And then whatever the long-term leave of absence is, we certainly have a higher rate this year than we had. That has an impact on the budget. And then what should we do with the school-wide pool? There's pros and cons. If we use this approach and use the state and federal funds to kind of help supplement, my recommendation would be not to be in the pool, because then we have a little bit more administrative discretion on how those funds might fund some strategic initiatives versus putting it in the pool and letting those schools decide how to use that money. This picture is my attempt to show how the central office will function in budget building. Each department will take their budget initiatives and build their what we call PTSMs, which is priorities, goals, strategies, and measures. Then we're going to do some internal consultancy among the departments, because sometimes we create resource conflicts when we don't plan that way. And so I have like all the academic and academic support departments at the top in that matrix, and then the departments that really broaden support all processes: technology, finance, legal counsel. We're not directly attached to the students, but we're there to support. So we'll follow the same process. And Laura and I, over the last couple of years, have actually talked about how to make the central office budgeting a little bit more equitable to the employee, so that some people who have access to federal and state funds might get to do more travel, more PD, and that kind of stuff. And so what I'd like to see is, when we're at building the budget, do the same thing as the students and say every employee should have a this and a that, and then what's their professional development plan, and then fund that. So that's something that we want to work towards. So that whole cycle goes, and then it comes back to the PLT for all the compliance checks to make sure that we've attached everything to a strategic initiative, or is it a compliance base, where the collective bargaining agreements followed. Where are we above and beyond or below the budget target? And I have to say, in 26 years with this district, the ask has never come in below the budget target. Additionally, we've always had to make some decisions about how to scale back. And in the past, the first things we scale back is all the discretionary stuff that might drive strategic movement. Like this year, we looked at equity, because that was kind of an add-on. What I wanted was that to be part of the base. And then this group will be responsible for engaging the board and the public with the town halls. So at the end of the day, by June 30, we'll have a board-adopted, consolidated budget, not just the general fund budget, but all the state and federal funds as well. And then an appropriations resolution would be approved by the board, and so I can file it with the Hamilton County. Without that appropriations resolution, I can't pay payroll or vendor bills, and so that target is really, really important. And so here's a very high-level milestones. We're in January with today. I was kind of hoping on your January 20th meeting we could adopt some of the new budget process to give it a little bit more teeth and public support in terms of the change. And then in February is when the department meetings and the schools will kick off with the build process. March, April, May, we'll just keep going through each phase while we're engaging the public, and then in June have the budget hearings and final approvals. So with that ends my presentation. I'm happy to entertain questions.
Okay. Questions, board members? So Lindy, did you have your hand up?
Yes.
You're it, go ahead.
Okay, great. Comment and a question. The comment is, I think this looks really exciting. Great, thank you. I was reading something recently about how different districts or think tanky tech groups are trying to think about the cost of recovery, of academic recovery from the COVID time period. In trying to somehow figure out, like, of all of our kids who have been hit the hardest by learning loss, what's it going to take to go after that, and then building that into the financial plan for the school year. We're talking about equity. Like that seems like a great. Like, I was curious, is this something you're already thinking about? I'd love to just hear a little bit about.
Yeah, so there's teams that are working on their summer learning plans. Superintendent Mitchell said that you'll see a public presentation in February. I've seen some early costs for those, both from the curriculum department that's responsible for planning, and then the Department of Special Needs, so that they also have some significant things. One thing I did not clearly understand until this year was the compensatory time rules. And so what that means was students who, because we were closed and they didn't get that time, we actually have to make up that time required. So I don't know what the time limits are, and I'm sure Susan Bunchy could talk about it until the cows come home, but it's a huge financial risk. And so we've, because we underspent last year in federal funds because everyone was closed, we have a lot more carryover money to deal with, and so we're targeting all of our all of it, Title I and Idea B carryover and Title II to that summer learning project, so that next year's projections can focus on next year's operation.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Bolton?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And this is a lot of work and can really talk about it the next CPS. This is how we might actually be able to get there. Without changing how we budget, we can't get there. So I really appreciate it. A couple things. I want to second what Mr. Lindsay said about the recovery, academic recovery, and building in more instruction, whether that's summer on either side of this particular new year, like this summer and even next summer. I think internally within the approved calendar, there are days too that could be devoted to instruction. It would cost more because people will be giving up some of the contractual days or what have you, but I think you could really think in terms of that as well. On the enrollment, I remember that presentation. Now it looks, I think administration gave us two directions for enrollment. One, I think, is the one you're talking about, which is roll over the current enrollment. And then the other direction was plan on trying to return to where we were at least pre-COVID, which would cause us to have some growth. I'm more predisposed to try to go there because we're going to have hot and heavy recruitment. So I would that's only one board member. But I mean, and I think I said that at that meeting that I'd rather embrace that. But the other thing on the CBAs, the collective bargaining agreements, I know this is a big district and I get confused from one contract to the other. But some rudimentary thing, talk about equity, would be to even make, here we go again, a little chart would help me or help you all. Of our employees, bargaining units in 6 different contracts, what do they have? It would be an interesting comparison to see what, and those have been won through negotiation, so they would be very different. But there's also some base that all 5,000, I guess Paul said it's 6,000 employees have. And then see, I think that could help direct a little bit of our thinking as we get ready to do the negotiations. Are there parts that some of our employees really deserve or significantly different? Just to think about that. And the last thing, I think I think you're going to have to be able, if the next CPS and this next budget, you're really going to have to justify our usual costs. I don't know that we've been justifying, and we want to that next CPS, that new CPS is going to be, by definition, different. So those usual costs, I think we really have to be able to justify, especially the big ones. Really have to justify those.
So may I respond to some of her?
Please.
You may, yes.
So the exciting thing is, for me, for those of you who have been board members for a while and remember me as the CIO, when we implemented the Classroom Without Walls strategic plan for technology, we're actually seeing it. We started with it with Like Tomorrow many years ago, but this pandemic has caused our shift to be a more standard way of looking at it. And so I'm hoping that we could help fund the anytime, any place learning to accommodate the needs of our kids. And so the more freedom, the more discretionary funds that we can free up, the better we can pivot to those new strategic initiatives and thoughts. That's the first thing. The enrollment, that was kind of my thinking when doing a spring revision. We'll have a little bit more information. Hopefully it will be more face-to-face with enrollment, and we'll see a market response and demand. I think I understand what you mean by the collective bargaining agreements items. And the justifying usual costs, I see a subtle shift in our discussions. Just the other day, the leadership team was having a conversation. The superintendent's response was, what's the return on investment? How do we know this is going to give us what we need? And so we didn't used to have those kinds of conversations, so we're actually starting to question everything that we're investing money in, determining whether it's going to support the vital few most important things that's going to take the district forward. And so I'm really excited about that.
I think it's super. I mean, like next year, mandatory, we have the teacher evaluation system, that 2.0. Everybody in the state's going to do that, but also there's a chance that we will have a very reflective, same mirror reflection, really, of OPES. So next year, and it won't be, that's not mandatory next year, but just even that change to better evaluation systems can have an impact on the more general professional development. Because in both cases, those things have become highly individualized. I mean, there's other things happen. So I would just say that things that are happening outside our system need to also impact us. And you guys are really in tune to that. I appreciate that. Great, thank you.
So, did you have a question?
Well, just more of a statement, so I think the framework's great that kind of gets us there. I was kind of the same place of Ms. Bolden that, we do have some of the fixed costs and then we do have the variable costs. And I will say when I joined the board, it felt like the budget drove the business plan of the work, which I thought was so interesting. Not how I was ever used to doing it. You kind of decide what you're going to do and then you price it out and then make your tweaks based on your overall plan. So I think the beauty is with this, I mean, we have the strategic plan. Of course, it needs to be contextualized in the new environment and all that stuff. And so, those decisions, I think once that work's done, then it's now saying how do we twist or turn based on whatever that new vision, strategic plan kind of directs the work, but also taking it from the lens of how we're spending our dollars from an equity standpoint, not just in where it's distributed, but also who our vendors are, et cetera. I think there's a great story to be had there that has started to ramp up way more than I think it ever has, based on what I've heard. So making sure that we're communicating that kind of throughout the process.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I'm asking the question, Ms. Wagner, you had said that you wanted to try to get the resolution on the appropriations on January 20th.
Now, that's June. The appropriations is June. That's where you allocate authority to me to spend so much money by fund. What I was hoping to do in January, it doesn't have to be the 20th, certainly early on, is to have a formal adoption of this new budget process so that it helps drive the change.
Is there any reason why we can't, given that we're reviewing it today, and it has been reviewed by Finance Committee. Is there any reason why we couldn't submit the resolution on Wednesday? I'm suggesting that we do.
Yes.
No, there's no reason. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, so we can do that, if everybody's good with that. Yes.
And I have a request that before we vote on this, that you send this to the audit committee, letting them know that we're going to be voting on it to see if we can't get input from individuals on the committee as well. They have made a request that they want to become more familiar with our processes, and I think it's important to include them in this.
And they would have to do it quickly.
Right.
And barring anything where they say, well, we don't like this, that, or the other, or the question, we've got to get it in by Wednesday. So
well, they may have some legitimate questions.
I know. So I'm just saying, if we want to incorporate their input, we have to make sure that.
Right, that could be made clear to them.
Well, and if there's a lot of those kinds of needs for clarity, maybe we'll just wait until the next board meeting.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the audit committee doesn't meet, I mean, you're just saying they would get comments back to you?
Yes.
Because they will have met, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All
Thank you.
right.
I'm excited.
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to move into the next segment of the agenda. So we've done budget process. We are at the board development, and I'm going to ask Mr. Messer to introduce our facilitator and brief overview.
Yes, great. Well, I'm excited and very appreciative to have somebody I've worked with for a long time. When I transferred from another division of J&J into our Ethicon office here in Cincinnati, one of the first people that was like magnets coming together with Yolanda. It was a very different world back then. It was a company where I don't think they found out the women were allowed to vote. They believed you could be gay or you could choose to be not or whatever. And they didn't think there were any racial issues. It was a bizarre world. And I think the two of us working together with the head of the founded the LGBT group and the things that we did with the African American Leadership Council that was led by Yolanda, that business is completely different today. Such a different organization. And so just knowing her, I wish you could meet her, could have met her incredible mother. She gets the world that we're in today. But on a professional side, I think where I really was like mesmerized by her was I had a team of 7 people coming from very different backgrounds. And I was supposed to lead them to launch a whole new business for J&J. And it was, I mean, literally you could have picked 7 different people. And we went to Breckenridge, if you remember. He's like, so what do I got to do? I said, you got to work out the plan. She's like, okay. So when I gave her the background, she's like, oh, Lord. And we locked in a plan that just was so fantastic that everybody bought in. We had our measures and metrics. And I was like, this is unbelievable. And so I saw her do that multiple times. Ultimately, she was my mentor to get my process excellence green belt. She is a master black belt. And so I've seen her not only do things at work, but then in the community, and most recently, helping the preschool promise team. And I heard from not just one person they thought it went well, literally everybody I talked to said, you know what, maybe I was a little uncomfortable, but I know they were uncomfortable too, and guess what, we got somewhere. And so we were thinking about facilitators. Sometimes it's good to not be too in the weeds. You're truly facilitating and say, tell me more, tell me more. So I just am excited to have Yolanda thank her for doing this on her own, kind of as her own heart, not to be paid or anything like that. So thank you, Yolanda. And then this section is really set up to maybe get out of like the key decisions and things that we have to decide on and whatever, and do a little bit of the softer and kind of our approach and how we function as a team. You know, some ways we may not be the traditional team and how we got to this group, but we do work together for a common mission for our school children in Cincinnati and staff and everybody else that falls under that bucket. So thank you, Yolanda.
Thank you, Ryan. It's my pleasure to be here with you. And excited to have an opportunity to see this board in action. Oh, thank you. So one of the things that we wanted to spend time on, is my understanding, is we're going to shift gears. And I have a tendency to pace. I will keep my 6 feet of distance from you, however. If you fear that I am beginning to violate your spatial, please notify me right away. You can back me up. It's no problem. I get the better things go in an engagement of this nature, the more excited I get. From a personality profile perspective, for groups I facilitate, I often describe myself as, if you've ever watched any animated film that has something like a squirrel or other small animal that's highly excitable, and you add something like caffeine, and that high level of energy, that would be me when I facilitate. So buckle up. I like to have a good time. I love to be engaged. I love now in the math world, but for Mr. Borowski, I get the benefit. You're the only one I get the benefit of. Exactly. I want to see the smile on the face, and so for everybody, points, okay? So when I say we're going to shift gears, you've been doing board business, very important, deeply impactful board business for the morning. Now I want to talk about, and that's about the district, it's about your students, it's about the plan. It's the meat of who you are, why you're here, why you were elected for your role, right? But every great organization, whether you're separate individuals or you consider yourself a collective team, and a lot of times you're on a team and you think you're not, but you are. There is glue, there is a trust, right, element that you have to get to in order to operate well. And on the desk this morning on integrated leadership systems, a handout was given. I love this. It talks about, and this is not even me, I love it, it came together. Ms. Wagner passed these out.
Ms. Bates gave it.
Oh, Ms. Bates gave it, even better, about the 40% and 70% rule. And I watched you all kind of get there and how you get to decision. So I want to invite you on a journey to learn a little bit about yourself and then a little bit about one another. I want to invite you on a journey that talks about you as a board, as the individuals of the board, and the superintendent and the treasurer. And so we're going to start with some fun. On each of your desks, you have a piece of paper. You may have written stuff on the back of it, but it looks like this. And for Mr. Moransky, I was going to bring it over, if you can see it. So can you draw a shield, please, sir? Just on a piece of paper. I don't care what it's less about the color of the shield. And for those watching, this exercise is an exercise that's a little bit of contemplation. And so you can make your shield, sir, Ms. Moransky, any shape you want. But on the top left, I want you to write, I value. On the top right, my passion is. To have a little fun and not so serious, in the bottom left, my favorite meal is. And in the bottom right, my role as a board. So I'm going to invite everybody on your piece of paper for you to take a few minutes. We're going to take about 2-3 minutes. And if it takes you longer, that's fine. You got a colored pencil, you got markers, make it fun. And write down one thing in each of those zones.
Only one.
Well, you can have more than one. This is not a limiting exercise, but you have limited time. The objective is to at least get, how about this, at least one thing in each zone. Sounds great? However you prefer. This is the great thing. The shield is meant to represent you. If you're inside the lines kind of person, that's great. If you're outside the lines kind of person, that's better, and it'll tell us a bit about each other.
What's the bottom right? The bottom right, my role as a board member,
My role as a board member.
and that's it?
Yep, I value, top left.
Okay, got it. I got it.
My top right, you got them? So you shout for them. Okay. So feels like I'm getting to some great decoration. I'm starting to get some color in. This is fabulous. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what you put in your shield. And here's a critical question to think about. Is this your COVID pandemic shield? Or is this your pre-COVID, who I fundamentally am at my very best shield? Is there a difference? If you have, if your shield is your COVID pandemic shield, I'm going to ask you to add a little bit of section about if you can remember back to who you were or who you think of yourself as in the center in a non-emergency situation, to add a little bit of flavor into that. Is my question make sense? If the question doesn't make sense, let me give you a principle on it. In most cases, one of the things that Ryan didn't mention is I'm also a military veteran, 7 years active duty U.S. Army. And one of the things that we understand is my husband is also a veteran, 7 years. And one of the things we learned in the military is I may practice for 600 hours in order to prepare for a special time of battle that goes sometimes much longer, a lot of times much shorter. And why do we practice so much? Because certain things almost have to be muscle memory in the moment of engagement versus think through it and activate. in an emergency scenario, in a battle scenario, you burn off, right? And there's many a study on leadership skills, leadership models around who we are at our very best when the pressure is normal versus who we become and how even some of our towering strengths can become some of our greatest weaknesses because that muscle gets overused, right? We go to the edge of our personality. If you've ever done a thing like an Enneagram or a DISC profile or Myers-Briggs, it'll tell you who you are. I'm an 8 on an Enneagram. I'm the best of me, but it also says when I'm unhealthy and under-researched, under emergency, I'm a very different scenario. So I'm asking you to think about your shield in that situation, and if your shield represents how I answer these questions today, what do I value right now? Is there a difference? My role on the board, if you're thinking about it in the current environment, which is fantastic, but your role holistically. Some of you, it's my understanding, have been board members a long time. Almost everyone has been here for at least a year, right? So I'm just asking you to counterbalance that view a little on your shield and say, do you have a second shield? Right? Or do some secondary armor plating come up under a special circumstance? Okay? Now, what I'm going to do is ask and invite. I'm going to invite us to start sharing with one another. Because a great thing about teaming is in order to be a good team member, you got to know yourself as well as the others around you. Right? So, how was the self-reflection? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Was that thumbs up? Good. Anything surprising to anybody about their shield? Fantastic. So let's hear it, if you wouldn't mind sharing. And this is, I know you have a formal process I've been observing. I'm a lot more participative for this, so I'm going to invite you to say who's willing to share something out of I value. What are some of the things you value? Mr. Messer.
I will put open and real / transparency.
Okay. Mr. Morowski, would you mind sharing? Yes, sir.
I put equity and justice.
Awesome. Anybody else in the room comfortable sharing? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bolton.
I put 2. I said education and can't help myself, the Constitution.
Very nice.
That is
Timely.
Sounds fair. I do. I love it.
Wonderful. I have a copy on my wall.
That's the spirit.
Anybody? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bowers.
What I value, how
Very
they
nice.
feel and their experience.
So people, and what did you say was
How they feel and their experience.
awesome. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Day.
Relationships,
Beautiful.
especially with family and friends.
Awesome. Mr. Lenny?
I would echo a lot of these, but I'll add learning and hard work.
Awesome. Some good sweat equity, huh? Excellent. Ms. Young?
I have 3: family,
true friendships, and peace and tranquility in my private life.
Awesome. How's this list make you feel? And by the way, Ms. Mitchell, Ms. Wagner.
I said integrity and teamwork.
I, you like to add anything?
Thank you.
Awesome. How's that list feel to you? I have what's valued amongst the group. Transparency, equity, justice, education, our Constitution, as people, how you feel in your experiences, the relationships, learning, hard work, family, true friendship, peace, equity, integrity, and teamwork. Who doesn't want to be on that team? We're a group of people who value these things. I've got a warm fuzzy. I don't, again, it's hard to see you. But now, see, I'm excited. If you were to advertise and someone to put in the paper that said to me, come join a team with these values, you can sign me up every time, right? Yeah, exactly. Now let's talk about, so this is what we value. What are you passionate about? When I say passion, that's exactly, voice goes up, like what makes you ready to jump out the door? Most recently, I tried that iFly experience. Anybody did that thing? Oh yeah, this is my favorite form of the only skydiving I'll ever do. Indoors, in a tube, with an instructor, no falling and killing myself. It was amazing. I was ready to go out the door. I'm passionate about that. In an actual aircraft, no. But what are you passionate about? Anybody want to share? What are some of our passion points? Awesome. I love the hands, Miss Bates.
Well, as my grandmother always said, if you don't have your health, you don't have nothing.
All right.
So wellness. And my personal passion is cooking. Not that I'm any good at it, but I like it.
Especially for compliments.
So cooking, is it the cooking or is it the food?
The cooking.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, I cook for masses.
Awesome. All right. Ms. Bolton?
I'm passionate about preserving the natural world. I could be extremely radical about that and have been.
Awesome. Yes, sir, Ms. Morawski.
Kids.
Awesome.
Especially now.
I saw you have a wonderful little additional board member sharing earlier, so that's a good indicator.
He's
All right,
he's my top advisor.
Tells you if he likes that or not.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with that. Awesome. Any other passions you want to share? Ms. Jones?
I would also say young people, but more specifically, I wrote, because my passion is really coaching and mentoring.
Awesome.
And teaching, I guess I'll put that.
Ms. Bowers?
I'm passionate about helping others feel successful, whatever that looks like to them.
Awesome. And again, does that kind of come in coaching for you as well sometimes, or is it whatever role you take?
usually my regular role, advising, directing, guiding.
Awesome. Any others? Yes, sir, Ms. Lindy.
So again, some overlap, but I had 4 things. Educational equity was one. My family. I had Judaism on there, and I had the outdoors.
All right, so educational equity.
Oh, I said my family. Somebody else, I think, had that one.
Yeah, that was somebody else's value. Yep.
I said Judaism,
Awesome.
and I said the outdoors.
Outdoors. Okay. Nice. Why don't I ask questions like this? What's your passion? A great thing about understanding what you value, but then what you're passionate about, and hopefully you already hear on these 2 lists, is where you connect, where you start to hear, where you merge, but also insight into where you dig deep, what you stand for, what gets you excited, the basis of inquiry when we're debating and trying to decide strategic direction, right? These passions come through. And sometimes in great debates, I know on a lot of, in organizations that I'm a part of, especially in stress situations, the things that can start to tug you apart manifest themselves out of your passion, but it becomes easy to assign maybe root cause to someone and get it wrong. They may be expressing their passion, listen, I like running now. It's my new thing. I actually don't like the run itself. I like the output from it, from a health and wellness perspective. But I remember when I first started running, and I had a 16-year-old who ran track. And as a lot of you coaches, mentors know, I started as one of the parent coaches at about 4th grade. And a phenomenon happens with 4th graders and 3rd graders when you first start teaching them to run track. I'm sure you're familiar. You're all in education. First rule, stay in your lane. Second rule, no, you can't shove the other kid back to get ahead, right? They're so passionate about making it to the finish that it's kind of like out of my way. And they don't mean to push anybody down. They just think it's kind of how you go. I'll elbow the other kid. But no, it's, and then we begin to teach them the mechanics of becoming good runners. We begin to teach them the mechanics of stop looking in the other lane to figure out where the other person is and if you're going fast enough. And by 8th grade, we're discussing the mechanics of, I need you to see who's the person in the periphery on the 200, but it's a very different strategy than a 100, and it's not just about running fast all the time. And so this is where we're going a little bit in the shield exercise. If you're starting to feel it and you're starting to get it. Now let's talk fun. What's your favorite meal? And especially, I got it. Okay, Ms. Bates, you gave me cooking. What's the favorite meal?
Any kind of fish or seafood.
Yes. I'm from the Gulf Coast originally. I love it. What are some of the other favorite meals? Yes, ma'am.
I had exactly that, so we ought to go to dinner somewhere.
I'll cook for you.
Okay, cool. That would be great. And I could also add anything that is a kind of a grill out meal with my family and neighbors. I just love that.
Awesome. What are some of the other favorite meals, Miss Jones?
A good pizza that I shouldn't have.
We're in the same place.
All right, Mr. Morosky, what you got going?
Frisch's, just in general.
Oh, I could have predicted that.
Me too. That was my first time meeting Mike. It was at Frisch's. Remember that, Mike?
I do. You can find me there frequent.
Awesome. Mr. Messer.
Well, I've decided I am a carnivore, for sure. And much to my mom's chagrin, I'm gonna put meat for anything in my smoker. I've decided that that's comfort food. The thing closely is my mother's meatloaf and her fried chicken.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's close.
Meatloaf.
Every day I have fried chicken.
Yes. I haven't had his mother's fried chicken, but I've had her cakes, and it's ridiculous. Wow. It's ridiculous how good it is. Any other ones? Ms. Wagner?
Well, I was going to say pizza because that's what I have. Basically, it's anything that someone else makes for me.
I think I call that my. Awesome. And again, like, okay, so we're making our way around the shield. And think about it. We know what we value. It's an amazing team. We shared our passions, but we can't forget to have fun. Wow, fill the room. How's it feel? How are you feeling in your chest? And right? Yeah, this feels good. So I've done some work with teams, and I had a role about 3 years ago that in a 25-year career of working is probably one of the toughest that I've ever had. And it was a dedicated role to help people transition as we were making a strategic partnership from one employer to another. With a lot of ambiguity, a lot of unknowns, we started the journey just saying there's going to be a change. And they said, great, what? And even this 40%, 70% paper, I didn't even have 40% of the answer. There's going to be a change, it's coming. And now we've got to deliver and keep meeting expectations to get there. And we know that there's going to be an end some period. I don't know when it's going to get signed. I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know what it's going to look like, but we've got to go together. And it was everything from going through the period of figuring out, picking your doctor and your dentist, to are we going to take a vacation now, to am I going to have that surgery, because life's a bit uncertain. And that's a tough journey. And I took that journey with 4 facilities all across this great country. Very different attitudes about it, right? But one of my favorite teams where we took that journey was when I showed up, they were the first to invite me in, come spend time with them and take that journey. And when I got there, they took me to eat. We exchanged cookie recipes and different things, and you would think that this organization would not be an organization to be wanting to exchange cookie recipes and eat them. But they took the news, and I found out it mattered in this journey where you were starting from to where you were going, because they were happy they weren't closing. They thought the news that morning that they got the news was going to be that this was some of their last days. And the news that they were transitioning and there was a potential future ahead, weren't sure what it was going to look like, weren't sure how long it was going to take, didn't know what it involved, was exciting enough for them, put the pep in their step every day to get there. And it was amazing. They were amazing. They remind me to never stop smelling the roses on the way, right? There's no dress rehearsal. You're not getting a second chance. Sometimes we can hold our breath till it gets better, or you could take a breath all along the way to get there. And even when it's tough and we have to gather one another a bit because we're passionate about the things about family and our faith and preserving the natural world around us and our wellness, helping others in education. And we value the relationships and hard work, and we know we got to do it. It doesn't mean that we can't as well take the moment to care for one another and be with one another on the journey. We'll always write are some of the greatest moments in your life, the moments that I always say, who's ever read the great book that talked about, that time it was all going well and then you joined that team and the team was great and then they got even better and then it was just good. Anybody see that movie? Anybody read that book? No? No, because most of us read a book about I was on a great team or I was on a sucky team and then something happened, right? There's always some conflict. And whether you enjoy the journey is all about, you can say your best memory is we were in this situation together. It was a lot of unknown. We didn't know what was going to happen. Oh my God. But then we got it together. And I would have never preferred to take that journey with the team and the people that I went on because of how we did it. So that's our how. So now, this was all going somewhere. Let's talk about, think about, and again, if you're willing to share your thoughts on what do you see as your role as a board? How did you describe that? Ryan? Oh, sorry, Mr. Messer, my apologies.
Then we get over this. That's the formal part. Work to ensure public education established as the option of choice in Cincinnati.
So I'm writing down, public education is option of choice. And get another insight and perspective off someone else's shield. Mr. Moraski.
I interpreted this as like what we envision, like our individual role on the team. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
I would say challenger, and I don't think that that's different between now and other times.
Awesome. And can you share a little bit more about challenger? Because when you first said it, let me tell you what I heard. You say challenger, and I'm like, cool. I was thinking of the space shuttle. A challenger.
I would say, oftentimes, and it's, I think, been highlighted throughout this COVID thing, but it's certainly been on display before now. I feel challenging conventional wisdom or challenging maybe status quo, not saying that everyone on the board isn't a part of that, because we're all here to make a difference and change systems. So I feel grateful to work with everyone in that. But oftentimes that's the way I feel when we're having discussions about certain things, whether it's policies or initiatives or programs. I feel sometimes I take on the role of a person who challenges. Try to get to a spot.
Awesome, thank you. That's fantastic, and thank you for going to the explanation, Mr. Messer.
Yeah, so just as we were preparing, this was to align us on kind of what our role as a board,
I'm going to get there, but
because
Mr.
I think this is
Moraski.
a separate answer. What do each of us do?
Exactly. This is you as an individual, just like Mr. Moraski just did. What is your role? What do you think of as your role on this board? You as the individual. And then I'm going to walk you through creating a board shield in a second. Wendy.
Yeah, so I had three things. The one was oversight and accountability for the superintendent. Second was informing overall vision and direction.
Third was helping and supporting the superintendent to be successful.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Walton?
Yeah, I had two. One is to represent the community, and that the community is kind of in quotes. And the other is to move the district.
What do you mean by move the district? Just give us a little bit of insight, similar to Challenger, right? I could conjure lots of thoughts in my head, but one is.
Yeah, there are two things. I think to get it to a better place, so that kind of continuous improvement piece. And then also, I think very often organizations as large as ours work hard to, and it's not a negative, work hard at preserving themselves where they are. I mean, I think it's just a pathology of a large organization, private or public.
Yeah, we are who we are, and we like it.
Yeah, and that's it. So, and I do like it, but I just think you need that additional energy
to keep growing and developing. Very good. Awesome. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Bowers.
Listen to people, get insight with people outside of the board, and also the overall goal to me is to work toward preparing our children for what's next for them, what success looks like to them, and the overall goal is for them to take our place eventually one day, so they can be prepared for that. So I think that's our role as a board member, is to get the district ready to prepare our children to basically take our place.
Awesome. Thank you. And I'm paraphrasing in some cases because this is not going to be official notes, but more conversational aspects. So if I didn't capture it, if I capture it in an era, correct me. It's just like the 6-foot bubble. Don't feel afraid to kick this bubble. I get you in a second. I think I have Mr. Morosky was up next on my visual. Mr. Morosky? Oh, you did yours?
Challenger.
You're a challenger. I'm challenging you, Mr. Morosky, because you're getting to eat lunch before me. Sorry about that. All right, Mr. Messer.
Yeah, so if we were given more than one, the other two, I guess we did have one of the community stakeholders, but I very specifically put engage and empower our superintendent and treasurer to lead the district. And I think, did somebody say policies? Establish the policies of the district.
No.
Now, again, that sounds good, but is that who you are individually? Or is it who you are we over into who you are as a board? So, again, anagram. I share a lot about myself because I find it easier for me to be transparent and vulnerable to you, to get you to be vulnerable and transparent to me. Okay? So, I'm on many teams in many organizations and I got many roles. At one point, I used to call myself, as a female in the community and in my family, the 5 Yolandas. But she was wearing me out. Those other 4, for the main one, they were wearing me out. She was changing clothes to go to events to fit in. She was modifying her speech in order to get it right to resonate with the group. You know, she was spending a lot of time doing a lot of things that weren't the core of my shield. And I decided that I had to be the same Yolanda everywhere I went for all those roles. So I had to decide who I am. And it doesn't mean that I am not kind in my words as well as I am candor, but I am who I am. I am candid. I am open and transparent. My public service announcement to you is, if you ask me a question, you must really want to know the answer, because I'm just gonna share. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna, right? So I love this. So what I said at the beginning is we have to remember the collective team has a uniform set of goals, or we've got a defining broader set of goals. And I'm not saying that any of those answers are wrong. I just feel us floating into the land of what the board has to be and do versus who you are as individuals. And I just want to encourage you to step into who you are, because when you understand who you are or think about it, and maybe who you're being is because you feel like you need to accomplish a certain thing, but it may not be who you are. Or you may not be bringing the best of yourself to kind of get there. Am I making sense? Yes, Ms.
And I wanted to comment on that because as everybody was identifying their role, I was going, did I misunderstand the question? Because I'm all of that. But when you talk about my role, I just wrote something very simply. And my role is, as in this seat, is to move the board business agenda forward. Mm-hmm. And so, because any of those things can define any of us at any particular time. So there's nothing wrong with it. I guess I was thinking a little more narrowly that my particular role on the board is to move the agenda forward.
So to a certain extent, if I were to treat it like Mr. Morosky gave his answer, could you be facilitator typically?
Yeah.
Yes. So again, any exercise like this, there's no wrong answer. There's never any wrong answer. There isn't. This is just a opportunity for us to think through, right, how we operate, what we're doing, and why. And so I'd say, again, agreed, there is a lot, when we start getting here in the middle, this is about what the board is about. I just challenge each of us individually, each of you individually, to think about kind of the top and bottom pieces on this list. Then what role are you individually playing? What do you bring? And is there anyone who has lots of siblings on the board? I'm an only child, but I've observed siblings. You have a few. Anybody else? Is everybody else like me? Only child? You have two? Anybody else?
Big age. I'm 1 of 5.
Oh, come on now. That's okay. But my observation is a large family dynamic. So my mother is 1 of 7. And I'm a Southern girl from Alabama originally. I have relatives that have 19 children. They're not only a team, they're a league, right? But what I observe in large family dynamics is that each person ends up having a role, right? Typically, there's a leader, there's a facilitator, there's a maker, right? There's a challenger. So, that's what I'm just saying is I invite each of you to think about who you are, who you want to be, and how you're performing in that role.
I didn't get to give mine.
Hmm?
I didn't get to give mine.
Please, I would love to hear yours.
I don't know that it's much different, but I.
Okay, great. I want to give you 1 second. I'm going to put this up. And I'm listening to already. Please tell me. And my apologies. Okay.
So I see my role as an individual, be the ambassador from the district to the community. And then also to provide the oversight of the superintendent and treasurer, so both education and financially.
Yeah.
I provide oversight.
Yes. So we got that one. Great. Fantastic. And did you have another?
No, that's it.
Awesome. So yeah, that's right. It's kind of getting down into, I'd say, one of the opportunities as you move forward is potentially figure out your avatar on the board and how you want to go. So I know we're supposed to be a working lunch. So our next exercise is to try to come to a collective board shield. But what I'd love to do, because I work for food, I'm highly motivated. Highly motivated by continuous intake of caloric, good focused meal, is give us a few minutes to grab your lunch. Maybe take 5-10 minutes, and if you would like to eat in room, you can eat in room or out of the room if you're not comfortable that way. But grab your lunch, have your break, and then we're going to come back and talk about our role as a board on our own shield, and that will then dovetail us into the conversation, and we'll then transition right into the next segment on the agenda, which is around our envisioning CPS work. Okay? Thank you. So we'll take formally, do we want to, Ms. Jones, give a specific amount of time?
Let me ask folks first, because we wanted to allocate enough time for the discussion. So if are there people who would prefer to eat outside, or are you okay just kind of nibbling at your seat? Is that good? Is that okay? Yes.
So then I'll.
My only thought was, so my wife and I don't eat out in restaurants during COVID, and so I was just thinking about people's masks and things. Like I'm always a little uncomfortable around people eating.
Well, then, okay.
But I also really want to honor like getting back. And so I don't know what the right answer is, but I'd like to help.
Let's just take 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Okay? Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So 10-minute break.
Hi, Mike, it's us. We muted for a moment while we were at break. Can you hear us? Mike? We're still on break, Mike. Can you hear us?
I completely understand and I have starting down. Okay. So can, Mr. Moreski, can you hear me? Awesome. So great. Now, our last closeout board exercise is in, right? I left you with thinking about your avatar for who you are individually. We also made some really great lists around what is your role on the board that I think may cross over. But I wanted to close out our board activity just having you brainstorm a little about then what is the of the board? How do you see yourself? I myself am on a board, and very similar to your interactions, it was great for me to be able to quietly listen and observe this morning. And my board, like your board, call a working board. So I'll give you two philosophies first before we get started on answering the question. And I brought in a facilitator consultant into one of my board meetings, a sub-team meeting, And that person said that they've seen two models across multiple boards, whether they be nonprofit, whether they be industry boards or elected boards. There is a review board model, and then there is a working board model. And then, of course, those are not mutually exclusive, and you have many boards operating in the zones between the two. But to define the two, to give you a spectrum, he called a review board as a board, in his observation, that takes some of the key elements of what you laid out under your individual roles as oversight and direction and accountability, that empowerment and engagement, but they view it more as things come to them, they review, they give guidance and direction, and they review. Their primary role is to review, guide, direct. And then there's another model that's a working board model, which is a more hands-on. They not only review, but they enable, resource, and sometimes form sub-teams and subcommittees, and it's a more hands-on working board. All of that said, though, I also know that a critical item in senior leadership, regardless, is the tendency, are you as well helpful hands are helpful, but they're always, and they make good things, but a lot of cooks will tell you too many hands around their pots ruin a meal. So there's a healthy balance, right, in all of that. So just with all that said, and with those differences in mind, I now want to give us the opportunity to take about 5 or 6 minutes collectively. And before we get into the next section on your agenda, which is going to look at your strategy and your vision, is to really think about, as this electoral board, what is your collective role as a board? How would you describe it? What are some of those key elements? And anyone feel free to pop your hand up and throw some ideas out. And again, there is no such thing as a wrong. Yes, ma'am.
As a board is to represent and answer to the public.
Very good. To represent and answer to the public. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
I would say governance and policy direction.
Okay. Mr. Lindy?
I think I was just a clarification on the instructions. Is this like anything that anybody thinks we should get up there, and then we'll go back through that?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. Right now, I'm just looking to brainstorm. That means you agree or disagree. And point after we've got a comprehensive list or just a good list, then we go and say what does and doesn't belong.
So I would add oversight and accountability.
Now, when we talked about this on individual roles, we said oversight and accountability of the superintendent, and in some cases the treasurer. We had a few things. One was just oversight of the superintendent. Another was health superintendent. Another was oversight and accountability of the superintendent to help them to achieve their goals. So do you want to add anything on that?
You could say oversight and accountability of the superintendent.
To what end?
This, I can't make this very short, I apologize. I'd say oversight and accountability of the superintendent to achieve the goals that the superintendent has set and the board has ratified. You want the whole thing.
Okay. So I modified it a little bit to just say to achieve goals that have been set and ratified.
Great. Thank you.
Mike is asking as well.
Mr. Moraski?
No, I was gonna participate, offer my 2 cents.
Please do.
So my 2 cents would be, as a body, we are asked to create systemic environments, create environments systemically that encourage student learning, promote student learning. And that obviously everything that's already been said is, I think, part and parcel of that, creating that environment with the administration.
So I put in create environment that provides student learning with the administration. And I'm doing terrible, shortening of words, but I'm trying to get enough on there so that we all know without taking form notes. Awesome. Yes, ma'am. And then I'll be to you. And
I think by law, our responsibility is to ensure the resources that our organization and its and support staff are able to do what is needed for a quality education. Because there's only 7 people in the world that have that responsibility. Get enough money and enough resources so that these folks can do kids.
Is it okay if I shorthand that one and by law? To secure resources to enable that system. Awesome. Ms. Bates?
And to add to that, you can tell this is a finance committee, right? To do it in a fiscally responsible manner.
Absolutely.
Is the secure the funds and or secure and manage the funds?
Secure and manage the funds in a fiscally responsible manner. Manage.
I don't do it.
We do put together the budget. The treasurer.
Okay. Any others? Okay. So, pre-COVID, I would have given you 3 dots and told you get 3 votes and go up there and prioritize and say what does you agree or disagree with. In pandemic world, that's not a great methodology. So what I will ask you to do is if you agree with, I'm going to call out and restate each one. And then I got my little green check mark. If you agree with it, we're just going to do a show of hands and I'm going to do a count. How's that? Perfect. Sound good? All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I think, given the example that you had of kind of different types of organizations, I think one thing that's unique for us is there is guidance. It says your job is this. And I think it's important to make sure we start with, what does the statute say? Because I don't think we can vary from that. But then what I loved how several of these documents that I've seen when you Google it, it'll say by subject, what's the board's responsibility, the superintendent's responsibility, and the treasurer's responsibility for each of the lines. So you kind of just take what needs to be done and then say who does what under each of these subjects.
Okay. Okay. All right. The first one is represent and answer to the public. Vote. 1, 2, 3, 4.
How many times, we can vote on this?
You can vote on all of them. You're not limited now. I'm not the whole proclamation thing. This is just agreement, disagreement, it's in. All right, so I'm almost unanimous. Mr. Brodsky, may I call you Mike?
You can call me Mike, that's fine.
Thank you. So Mike, do you agree that part of your responsibility as the board is to represent the public?
Yeah, I would take it one step further. As Ms. Bolton knows, I've been known to say, we answer to, that's who we answer to. We don't answer to administration. We don't answer to each other. We answer to the public. So I think, representing them, answering to them, et cetera, for sure.
Fantastic. And so this one is going to be an all agree. And then to Mr. Messer's request, is this a superintendent, board, treasurer? Is that definitely a board accountability?
Only.
A board only? Now we get the big check mark. You are red. Okay? Governance and policy direction. Governance and policy direction. Is this to what?
What do you mean? We set policy,
Okay.
and we oversee policy.
Okay. Great. So, all hands. Who agrees that a core accountability of the board is to set and oversee policy? Yes.
Just a clarifying question.
Yep.
Can we get a definition of policy?
Definition of policy.
Like what is policy and what isn't policy?
It is not.
It is not administrative rules. That's the professional for that.
Implementation.
One, hold on, I'm going to start with you. So, if
I may.
It is what, Ms.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's, I don't know how the first was phrased now. I said it's not administrative rules, that's for the professionals, again, to determine the how.
Can I offer my 2 cents?
Yes.
I mean, I would say, policy, to Ms. Bolton's point, it's not, and Ms. Bates, it's not procedural in nature. I mean, in a lot of ways it codifies the priorities of the sitting board in the district and then gives direction for the administration to move forward, or, the principles adopted and proposed by, any government that sort of dictates, prudent behavior. I'll stop. But that's broadly how I see policy.
Other inputs? So I've captured on is not. This is a wonderful exercise. Is sets direction and priorities. Is not administrative rules for how. Non-procedural. It is not. It's not procedural in nature.
Legislative.
Legislative. Okay? I'm doing new things with Eve that's not working out.
This is helpful, by the way, so I'm good.
Oh, good, good. Oh, no, you're right. This is literally one of the most powerful tools in my toolkit as a master black belt. And by the way, if you don't know what that means, is being a deep statistician in the analysis of change and either in design or continuous improvement, whether that be business processes or manufacturing. That's one of the best tools I've got in my toolkit. Is not, because it's the source of many understanding. When people say we love catchphrase words that mean a lot to us, but it's subject to multiple interpretations generally. Awesome. All right, so governance and policy discretion. Voting for, yes, this is a board role. Now that you've defined it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ms. Mike, are you for that? Fantastic. And is it a board only role, or is there other superintendent included or treasurer, or no?
Can you repeat that?
So you all agree that it's board. I was also asked to clarify on each of these whether or not it's a shared accountability with the superintendent or the treasurer.
But can you repeat point number 3?
Oh no, I'm only on number 2.
Or number 2, whatever you want.
Oh, governance and policy direction. Setting governance and policy direction, where policy is defined as strategic direction and priorities, legislative, not the administrative rules on how to, and not the procedural in nature.
I would say that is a board role exclusively.
Okay. Awesome.
But, so I think just the only caveat is kind of, at least in like the OSBA, it says the board adopts the policy, but then the superintendent, and then one of the grids, it says that the superintendent can recommend policy that leads to a successful. So again, I think it's kind of clarifying roles and responsibility between kind of the two. I think, something's laid out here. So there is a role. I just want to say within policy, it's just who adopts the one side. And then at least in here it says.
So your clarification is that the superintendent can definitely make policy recommendations.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, the board owns the actual.
Yeah, Ellen.
Okay. Right now, you're just the super. For my shorthand, yeah. Okay, the next one is goals that have been set and ratified. Any discussion, question about that? Clarification? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Bates.
Add treasurer.
And treasurer.
And treasurer.
Okay. So now it is oversight and accountability of the treasurer to achieve goals that have been set and ratified. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Jones.
No, I'm voting. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm premature.
No,
Sorry.
I was just making sure. Any questions, clarifications? All right. Show of hands who believes that yes, this is definitely part of your role. Excellent. And by nature of how it's laid out, it has to only be board only because you've identified the other 2 roles. Now, when we discuss this, is however, the original statement made for the superintendent and the treasurer in this case was that the accountability of the goals that they build. That there was an element, again, very similar to the recommendation, that there is a collaborative piece in there relative to what those goals are. everybody agree with that? So in this case, it would be integral in goal making, right? Would that goals as well include metrics? Okay, and fantastic. All right, we're getting there. We only got 3 more. Create an environment that provides student learning. I think that was supposed to be promotes, and I wrote the wrong word down. So I'm going to change that. That's right. That promotes student learning with the administration. Any clarification?
Would enable be better rather than promote?
Okay. Create an environment that enables student learning with the administration. All right. Yes, sir. Mr. Messer.
Just a question. So do we do that by setting policy? And then the administration then takes that policy and creates that environment? I'm just trying to be really crisp on what we're doing.
Yeah,
To me,
so
that's
that
like what we
there's a
set.
so right. How do you do that? How does that come to life at the board level?
I think
Is
that's
that
a policy.
through policy? Is there anything besides policy?
Culture.
Policy and culture?
Adoption of curriculum, there's a number of things.
Those are all policy.
Does the board have so when you guys are saying board level adoption of curriculum, do you drive that or is that a function of your administrative arm? Yes, sir.
As I understand it, it's what we've been talking about, where they make a series of recommendations and really careful thinking. And then it does, I think by law, have to get approved by us. But it would, I've always understood that it's really the administration's thinking and our ratification. I'm also the newest board member of this group, so tell me if I'm wrong. Please.
Well, it has to reflect the values of the community. So that's why it falls on our responsibility to adopt.
And what I love about just trying to put in my head, because governance is obviously something that I think about a lot because I bring it up. Roles, specifically roles and responsibilities and how things are done. The one thing that like was an aha in reading this again was we are the principal input providers to the superintendent as she's developing the plans. And I think that's where maybe we need to be very deliberate and say, here's our input session on this date. Superintendent takes that with the professional expertise and everything else, and then brings the plan for, as they say here, recommendations to the board for final adoption. So it does say that the board is the principal input providers, and of course among the other stakeholders. So somebody check me if I'm right or wrong on that. But I think that was a clarification for me.
It's representing the community.
That's our primary.
And that's why, yeah. And you don't want the superintendent to have to represent the community. She has to represent professional judgment, what's best, the expertise. We don't have that, but we are the only ones elected to represent the community.
Right. Well,
So here,
it says it can
that
also be that we are
modified.
just demanding certain stakeholder groups make a decision, and then that work is done, and then it says then the recommendation is then presented for adoption. Or
So my clarifying question is, we all agreed in the line and voted on one that you represent and answer to. Can we take that statement and on by providing input? I think is where Mr. Messer wants to go from a flow perspective.
or it's just like the principal advisors or the providers.
But disproportionately, the superintendent has the responsibility and all the people that work within the district creating that environment that we are the big picture, but 99% of getting that done is them. It would seem to me, or at least 90%. That's
So as a clarification as well, that the super and the treasurer are accountable for executing the ratified goals.
I'm going to be the devil's advocate and first apologize, but secondly, I just want to remind us of the time. I think this is very important.
Yeah, we're about to close up.
Okay, but I just want to make sure we have enough time to get to other agenda items. So thank you.
No, you're welcome. And I say we are not on this topic for more than 3 more minutes as a result.
Oh, okay.
And honestly, we are close. Feel like we're close. Do you guys feel like we're close?
Yeah.
Because we're making some really great clarifications between the shield for the board and then what that concurrently means relative to the superintendent and in some cases the treasurer. So the create the environment, our current language is create the environment that enables student learning with the administration via policy. And is there anyone who disagrees with that? Okay, so that's a positive vote. And again, by nature of how the statement is written, do we all agree that that's a board only, because we made the then clarification for the superintendent that beyond making recommendations and proposals to build that culture and executing those ratified goals and objectives. Okay. Last 2 is by law secure the resources to enable the system and to secure and manage the funds in a fiscally responsible manner. Any discussion needed for those with clarification? Yes, ma'am?
I would my only clarification piece, but Melanie's right, we help with the budget, but again, the management aspect, that's really disproportionately them. We got to secure the resources, although administration also helps secure resources. Whether it's grants or whatever. So we're responsible for making sure there's money in the district. But everybody, I think, is doing.
So it's like oversight. Or administer. Well, do we administer? Good.
We administer more than we manage.
I think you guys originally were saying release the funds. You were using a specific financial word.
Appropriate.
Right, but we do review contracts.
So is this one one of the cases then where Mr. Messer was saying that we actually maybe there's a double check here in the red and the blue because it goes back? And is it red and blue, or is it red and black? Everybody between the superintendent, the treasurer, and the board.
Right.
Excellent. Awesome. So I hope this brings some great clarity. Any other clarifying points as we close this out? Fantastic. So I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Jones to drive the agenda. I want to say, though, thank you for participating in the exercise. I often say when you are doing the role that you're doing, you pour out, and to be accountable, you have to pour in. So doing some self-maintenance is good. One idea that was presented to me was if people are comfortable sharing your shield, that we collect them all and then have someone just aggregate it for you comprehensively and give it back just for your use, to be able to see all of your elements together in the 4 categories.
If I want to pass it around.
Oh, you very
Put our names on it?
Very nice.
I don't know, did you want them?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Break your name.
And maybe it's better if I take them up versus, so we only have 2 touches versus.
Right, 7, right, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
That's not black though.
And, Mike, would you email them maybe to where we want them emailed to?
Phyllis.
To Phyllis. Okay, so I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Jones, who's going to take us into our next topic.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually, and thank you, Yolanda, and I'm sorry I had to kind of push the time frame, but so the last item on the agenda started out as sort of a 2-pronged subject, one being the envisioning of CPS and the strategic plan refresh. And I think, and I am going to ask Mr. Messer to kind of summarize how we sort of narrowed that scope, that focus a little bit. But I want to ask people for your patience also, because I've promised Mr. Lindy that we would also add his request to the end of that discussion, felt that it was appropriate in that category. And he's been asking for this for quite a while, so we're going to give him a few minutes toward the end before we close out. So, Mr. Messer?
Yes. So, I think if all things were equal and there was no pandemic, it probably would be good as, standard practice to take your strategic plan and just say, how are we doing? Anything change? This year, it's even more important. And I think we all can agree that this was not just a simple switch in one component of the plan. So much changed, not just about the plan, but just the environment in which we're playing in. And so I think the idea here is that given that really all bets are off, it's a new world. It'll never go back to the old world. There's a higher level of what is going to be the future of CPS. And then after that conversation, then being able to couch that now to say, does that change anything in our strategic plan? Of course, it was done over a significant amount of time with a lot of stakeholder engagement. Hundreds of people at some point were engaged in that process. So if you start with the highest level envisioning of where we're headed, now what, if anything, just need to be adjusted from the main pillars of the strategic plan? And then you get to, after that, how will we know we're successful? And what are the measures and metrics? And I think one thing for sure that we talked about last year, as we were going through our updates, is probably, I don't think anybody disagreed, that we probably want to tailor down the core measures for each of the pillars of the strategic plan. And so if you kind of adjust our long-range thinking, couch the strategic plan against that, and then saying, now what are our short and long-term goals related to whether or not we'll be successful, we should be able to then get back to a nice strategic planning process. So you can't do one without the other, and the idea is that we've got to have that higher level conversation before we then couch the strategic plan to that.
So as we begin, and Yolanda's also going to help us facilitate this dialogue, I think it's important that we understand we're doing it this way because we believe the vision for CPS, what that would look like, drives the strategic plan refresh. It is connected, and I believe as part of, and I don't want to say how Yolanda's going to work with this, but I believe the idea is to capture some of the suggestions and ideas that come out of the discussion that we can use as we begin to really hone in on the strategic plan refresh. But I've heard the superintendent clearly say this has strong budget implications. It is a priority. And so we have to begin to talk about, well, what do we want and what do we envision for next year? I also want to say that as I was thinking about how to organize the agenda to get to sort of higher priority items, we can always finish our discussion or continue our discussion at Wednesday's meeting because we don't have any board matters item. So we can use that time. If we don't get done with everything today, we can use that time to finish this. So I'm going to now turn it over to Yolanda. And I want to first ask the superintendent if you have any comments at this point about this, or would you? It's up to you. Yeah. Do you all want this? You all want this? Okay.
The only thing that I will say is that the administration in December did host a series of listening sessions with parents and students and teachers and principals and staff members. And I think they talked about the CPS. So whenever it's an appropriate time, we do have that information to present to them.
Actually, I thought that was where we were going to start.
Yes, actually, there is a presentation. Yes, I'm sorry. That was my mistake. I knew there was.
And Steve and Sandy and Mott are going to provide very quick caption feedback sessions that we've had, not to preempt this meeting, but to try to move the work along a little bit faster.
Yes.
And while they are preparing for that, every board member has a Post-it note pad on your desk. What we've got on the wall is 4 categories of things to help capture your thoughts. So as you're listening, and I encourage you to capture ideas, only 1 per pad. So if you've got 3 ideas, 3 stickies. Because when you finish, you can think of them as start, stop, continue, or watch out, right? Things that are ambiguous, kind of even like some of our conversation, your conversation this morning, of things that are concerned to you that maybe has some ambiguity. So as you're listening, capture your notes and it'll speed it up. And when they're done, then we can take some time. You can hand me which go in which category to facilitate the dialogue.
We'll be very good time for you all to talk.
Good afternoon. So as our superintendent has already mentioned, we had the opportunity to ask several different employee groups, parents and students, what does the future of teaching and learning look like in CPS? So these first few slides specifically address the thoughts of our principals, assistant principals, and teachers. There were 25 folks who participated over 5 different listening sessions. And we specifically used Luckett and Davidson's Old Shore, New Shore change management model. So if you're standing on the island of the Old Shore, what do you really want to take with you as you move to the New Shore? What do you think that you could leave behind? What are the dangers and barriers that could possibly exist in that middle zone? So as you can see, folks really emphasize that they've learned so much during these last several months. And one of those pieces is that we cannot go back to the way that we were doing prior to COVID. What could we be leaving behind? We know that the way that we've organized our educational system has remained the same for many, many, many years. And so folks talked a lot about how the school day doesn't have to be 7 hours a day, that we don't have to remain in brick and mortar buildings, that one-size-fits-all approach really does not necessarily address any longer the needs of our students. They also thought about what could lie ahead. How can we provide higher levels of flexibility and autonomy? How can we increase our opportunities for equity if we release reliance on brick and mortar structures? And throughout this whole thread of all of these listening sessions, it was how do we provide opportunity for for the people who are actually doing the work, how do we allow them to have input into these? We also know that we can reimagine existing positions in new ways. So perhaps, as several mentioned, that our security guards become restorative justice coordinators. Maybe there is additional flexibility in the way that we think about behavioral issues. We also know that in order to change, that we have to think through works that are needed for that change. First and foremost, with the recognition that we are the ones who have to preliminarily make that change emotionally, intellectually. We also know that we have to provide people with tech supports, with patience, grace, and room to breathe. I loved that quote. And that we also need to provide them with, as you were so happily discussing in the previous conversation, with resources. We know that there are certain things that we must absolutely continue to focus on, including racist and biased practices in our system, really thinking through how we equitably think about our funding, how we, again, provide voice for our teachers and for our principals, and how we provide guidance for those individuals who work with and for us in alternate locations across the city. We recognize that New Shore is uncharted territory. We have not yet gone there, but we are excited to go to that New Shore with a balance of the old and some new, and with recognition that we can best service our students. And now, here's our Deputy Superintendent, Tiana Mott.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Our core business is teaching and learning, and we wanted to take this opportunity to specifically address curriculum. Over the last 3 to 4 years, we made an intentional effort to select and implement core curriculum and strengthen the core. What I wanted to highlight here is our curriculum department motto around, regardless of circumstance, students will have access to high quality curriculum, instruction, and technology. Also during this past year, we started discussing specific groups, looking at our data, and decided that can it be an option to start an all-male school, to really target specific needs of our students and develop a staff, a curriculum, and support for that model. And there's a lot of great research and great models around the all-male school. You also talked about bringing back a year-round school model. We have had that model for several years in CPS, so we want to revisit that. Also during the pandemic, a lot of our students said that they needed a flexible schedule, so possibly looking at night school. We want to offer more languages at our elementary and also include more languages at our high schools. We have a great blended learning approach for AP, so maybe looking at that AP blended model for languages. And lastly, to build a computer science pipeline. The state has a new system for graduation, and one of them is around computer science fields. And it's also aligned to AP and IB. Next up is Ms. Murphy, and she will be talking about students and parents.
Thank you, Tiana. Good day, everybody. So Crystal Boyle and I, next slide please, had an opportunity to partner with Cohere to lead 2 listening sessions. The first was for our parents in December, and then the second just a couple of weeks ago here in January with our students. We learned a lot. The parents were overall very positive about the distance learning opportunities that their kids had. They pointed out several things, including the pieces listed on the slide before you, but they also saw teachers implementing more opportunities with speakers and professionals in areas of interest of their children. There are a couple of themes that the parents and the students shared deeply. And that was around the advocacy continuing for internet access, just in case there are opportunities for other blended models and moving into the future. And they also wanted a deeper focus on workforce, the world of work opportunities for their children. Both of those were very positive for us because the leadership team has already been about both of those things. Next slide, please. And then the students, they were very open to the hybrid learning opportunities. They attributed an improvement in their grades to being in the distance model and having more flexibility and better one-on-one access to their teachers. They talked about personalized learning and having an opportunity to really hone in on their different learning styles, whether they be visual or auditory, et cetera. They also wanted us to spend a little bit more time talking about the learning platforms that are best for them. They mentioned preferring to get a text message over a Schoology email, for example. They want us to dig deeper into financial literacy, entrepreneurship, life skills, saving, how to do their taxes, what does that mean, how to invest. And again, the whole workforce piece, they want to have our trades more readily available to them and want us to provide more opportunities. And those are, a couple of things, one more. An increase in emotional supports. I do want to hone in on another piece the parents touched in on, offering things like Tai Chi, yoga, and even family supports. They were good conversations. Thank you.
That's just information that we gathered from the staff, parents, and students.
Awesome. Do we have any questions or clarification points to any of the presenters that you guys hear? Yes, Ms. Powell.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent, Superintendent Ahmad, Superintendent Bunting, Superintendent Assistant Superintendent. Y'all name, Susan, you know what I'm talking about. The question I had was for ideas about moving forward and what to leave behind. I thought that was excellent. Assistant Superintendent Murphy, can you give me clarity on the population of students and children who participated in this? And from what school, they were schools and things like that?
There were, and the same holds true for parents, elementary students, high school students, neighborhood, magnet, Montessori, preschool. Cohere was really good at making sure we covered this back. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, you had a question?
Yeah, just two quick ones. Thanks so much for the presentation. I think by and large, a lot of that stuff looks really exciting. It's one of the, I guess, positive byproducts of all of this, not being one to look for silver linings, but one of the positive byproducts is the opportunity to reinvent some things for kids. And that being said, I'm curious, just two questions. One, just clarifying, is night school the same type of thing as second shift school, or are we using those terms similarly or differently?
They're different, just with the time base. So they're different. So one can be later in the evening, one can be right after school. And then we also offered fifth quarter, where you had academic learning interventions, and then in the afternoon, with our partners, we've offered enrichment activities. So really the idea is to have more time for teaching and learning for students and looking at a variety of ways of doing that.
That's great. Thank you, Deputy Amont. Yeah, I would throw out, I know Board Member Messer had talked about this a couple of years ago, or even recently probably, this second shift school idea, which I think is an interesting one too that I may add to the list. If we had like this whole menu of options, and year-round school, I've always been a fan of, so I just want to put out a vote of confidence for that. And then last, the all-male school. Is there talk of an all-female school as well, or just all-male?
we've had discussions around both, but really to pilot with the old middle school first, looking at our data, it shows that there is a need for some targeted support and setting up a system specifically around our male students. And I think it's also important to say, when in the preliminary discussion, it would be a magnet model where people would have a choice to attend this all male or possibly female school.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion?
Okay, there's a few other options. How were the options for increased or different ways of providing education presented? Because there seems like there's some, I wouldn't say, there's some other opportunities that seem pretty obvious to me that we've either begun implementing or had been under discussion, such as, outdoor education, because we have environmentally based schools now. We have, the Montessori schools. We have the area in front of Walnut Hills, but there doesn't seem to be advocacy for outdoor education. We've talked about a boarding school before, and we've kind of been on again, off again about that. And I don't know if that just wasn't presented or has fallen out of favor. And, even I know that this is becoming more popular, probably more in the private sector, but a prep school for post-12, so I guess it depends on how options were presented, if it was either or, if it came from the community, if these were dismissed as not being very, very important.
So the question is if she can provide you with some clarity of how the options not only were presented, but also then how certain elements made the list that you see in front of you.
Right.
Yeah, so I would say that, first of all, this isn't an all-inclusive list. So it isn't that we didn't consider those things. What we gave you was feedback from a series of listening sessions. We didn't say, do you want this or do you want that?
But isn't that the whole point of this exercise that we're doing?
No, the point of the exercise eventually is to capture ideas. It's not to even funnel you. So I think this is two separate things, at least what I'm hearing. Is this Ms. Bates is asking clarity on what's been presented,
yes,
on how the information came together. I hear the superintendent saying that it was a listening session, so maybe if we want to hear how was that structured and how did the ideas come forward, and they answer.
Yes. But my follow-up to that is, and I think we should do that too, but my follow-up question regarding that is, and maybe I'm interpreting this not accurately, but if it's not already here or doesn't come up, it could be something that she is asking us to look at, right? Okay.
So let's get the
yes,
question.
I got you.
Yeah, it's just, as our superintendent stated, of just posing to our staff members ideas, so it's not an exclusive list.
Well, yeah.
And in some things, for instance, the outdoor, it's already a part of, and we need to expand. So it's not exclusive.
So Susan, can you led the session for the teachers and principals? You give them a list of things to consider. I didn't think so. Okay, so would you go and explain, Susan, how that happened? So I don't want the board to think that we led them in any direction. That's not what happened.
So we used Luckett Davidson's model of Old Shore and New Shore. Exactly that. So it was think about the educational system as a whole. What do we still embrace? What do we hold dear to us and that we want to continue to take with us? It was a change model. So you can see many of the statements that teachers and principals and assistant principals made were much more philosophical rather than. So these were the tenets that we want to move with us, not necessarily the programmatic focus.
Thank you.
That helpful answer your question. And were there other questions or comments?
Just point of clarification, I think you may have already clarified it. This does not leave what is already a rather large body of work about envisioning the future or choices or whatever, this is adding to it because it's another source of interest. So the list just got longer, great,
Right.
and more varied rather than or any more exclusive.
Yeah.
Exclusionary.
Yeah. Mr. Messer and then Ms. Jones.
Yeah, so I also have just clarification. So if we have something we'd like to put on the table, that's over here, not during this part, right?
Yeah, I'm asking you to make your notes now so that when we get to that part, you can. Ms. Jones?
Yes, I just want to clarify on page 8, just the first one, home visits with nonprofit partners. What does that mean?
So one of the items that folks talked about in the session is how do we more collaboratively partner with our nonprofits. So sometimes our nonprofits are doing home visits and really working closely with families, and the school teams maybe too, but they aren't necessarily woven together.
Gotcha.
So how might we collaborate more fully?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm really interested in that reshaping the school day, even reshaping the school week or whatever for that flexibility, not just technologically wise or remote or distant, but as some, especially Assistant Superintendent Preppy has heard me say any number of times, especially about the world of work, that if kids had an opportunity. So that to me is not just going from here to there. That's a whole nother island that really is radical change. I find that particularly interesting and fascinating.
Awesome. Any other points of clarification before we get into the next? Okay. Awesome. That was really fantastic. Thank you. And for me, I'm familiar with listening session and listening session format. I love it because it's very different than a survey and other things. It's where you intentionally listen more than you talk and create a vision, or just even share a situation, a scenario, and then you're supposed to just write down as quick as you can everything that they say and record, and so that's really great. So one of the things I said was while you were listening, and just like you talked about and clarified, when you think about the vision that you set, when you think about the strategy that you have, and it's my understanding that we're not necessarily looking to undo everything that you've done. This is the first stage, if you will, of starting to conduct a review and analyzing from where you are on the journey and the vision that you cast and the plan that you have. What's working well? What do you think is not working well? And again, this isn't your deep dive today, where you're going to pull up your numbers and your dashboard and all that. This is more the generic start to what you know. What do you want to, what new, some stuff you want to start, some additional ideas you want to put on the board. What are some things you want to stop because you have a clear indicator that may not be working, if there's any. Things that you think need to be continued, and again, what are some watch-outs? And in my side of the world, we might call them risks, but things that concern you, even if they're about something you want to start, stop, or continue. So what I'm going to invite you to do is to take a couple of minutes, because you know better than me, and efficiency-wise, you've got about 30 minutes total for where we want to go at the end of this, which is to have a kind of comprehensive view as best you can. We want to do a brain dump on this today, right? To think about how it starts to modify what you're looking at. So I want to invite you, similar to the SHIELD exercise, to take about 2 or 3 minutes. And I don't care if it's by category, however your mind works. But the biggest thing is one idea per post. Okay? So let's take a couple of minutes on that, and you can raise your hand when you're ready. For Mike, do we have someone who's
in blue jeans, and he has the capability to send in the chat, and we can capture his, please. So Rob is going to capture, Mike, whatever you put in the chat, and he'll be your sticky generator for you. Okay. And if any idea you have, stuff you want to see added, anything you think off, anything you're worried about, any of those categories. Make sense? And we're going to get to your section soon.
I'm totally good on that, Yolanda. My question was just on the prompt. This could be about like big picture, anything that we have a feeling about for the next, and we're thinking next 1 year, next 3 years, next.
What's your window?
I think the window is 1 year. That's what we talked about, is 1 year, but it could be bigger picture. I mean,
yeah, that's
what I assume.
We could put up a sheet that's for future years.
I think any of these sound like great answers. I just wanted to make sure I was putting mine on the right.
No, I'd like to see the future more ideas.
My only word of caution is that this is for 1 year to anticipate, and I have no idea what you're putting on your post-it, that we will get all of that done by August, might be a pretty heavy lift.
Yes, that would not be an expectation.
No.
Just because you write it down, think of it like a wish. Just because you write it down means it does not guarantee any vote on the ship, on the board, and to your point, you got to go through. Typically, a strategy review of this nature would be a day-long event within itself. And we would have to go through, what is it? We start here, we narrow down, we do impact and our capability, we layer it out over the timeline, where it needs right credits. So we're just like taking the first little bite. Great clarification. Yes, ma'am.
So we're not yet designing or thinking about the next CPS. We're limiting this to this coming budget. Help me out.
I wasn't thinking in terms of limiting it.
Okay.
We're building a vision for the future, right? That's the way I was thinking. We're building, but I think what was confusing me, or maybe I misspoke to that, is, the budget is a year-to-year budget, right? So whatever we put up there is fine, and it may be something that we build as part of a bigger, extended vision for CPS, but it may not be budget feasible for next year, and that's another whole process. That's all I'm saying.
Or you may be able to get one step in that direction.
Yes.
So if you don't define that, then you may not know that you should start this.
Right.
So this is within the third year of our current strategic plan,
I would think.
and would be the first step along the way to get to the next CPS.
Yes, completely. And I think quite candidly that your administrative staff has done an amazing job with that. I made a note, the vision of the island is one of the best graphical representations of change management I've ever seen. I would invite you as a board to think about letting that team who did that within the constituency of the organization hold a listening session with you. Because it's just, they've come out with some extremely powerful takeaways, and it's clear to me, just being here today and seeing the product, that for you guys to think about in the next 3-year little strat plan horizon projection, it might be beneficial for you to do that.
And kind of to build on that, I mean, I haven't participated in anything exactly like that today. And I love that. I mean, I saw that. First thing I thought about was, I got to probably do that, because it's a whole way to think about it. What's on the island? What happens if you leave it behind? I mean, that's exercise. Like, so the question I have is, in our process, does something like that help us refine kind of a board position?
Yeah, and we'll talk about
versus the superintendent having to hear from 7 individual people.
If I could just say that it's called Old Shore, New Shore. There's a book that you can read that goes along with it. So we blew it up on a huge, long poster, and all of our team did it. So we said, here are all the things, we put up post-its, that here's Old Shore, stuff we're not taking with us, and then here's New Shore, and now we have that in a document. And so what we've done is we've sat down now and said, okay, these 5 things we're gonna try to get done this year, these other things we'll step out for other years. And then each PLT member has their own big New Shore, Old Shore document, and they're gonna do it with their teams as well.
Are you saying shore, S-H-O-R-E? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I read
Beach,
to your point,
sun.
I have another book, but I have, it is a beautiful manifestation of one of the most complex change management curves that is existing in Israel. Because it deals with the 7 stages of grief and all that.
It's very rare that we just make up stuff off the top of our head.
Oh, but no.
We research and find.
Yeah, but mastery and execution are 2 separate things. Yeah. That's mastery. All right. Anybody got stickies ready for me to put up? You can just tell me where it goes.
I'm just hoping these are the right goals. So this is a continue. This is this is a start. I don't know if this is start.
We'll put it on start.
Walk around over there?
Yes, you
I'm
can.
okay
I
with
was trying not to cross the
You just
6
want
foot
back and
down.
forth,
So, yeah, if you've got ones and they're ready, I haven't sent any over yet.
Yes, yeah. So you've got second shift school, your own school. And, office of.
So my second shift school is that one start?
All stars.
Okay, so we don't have any of these. Yeah, he can't see the wall, so hard. You want me to take them?
You're all fine. I don't know what I did. Oh, I had no idea.
Oh, really?
It's so
Look at
great.
this.
No, I love it.
Oh, you're a part, that's right, yeah.
Just for my sister. During quarantine.
Well, you're so
Where to
good.
go. But I'm trying to get a little bit better.
Anybody else? Everybody got theirs up?
I wish I could believe that.
I'm not quite sure. Can I just ask a question? Because I'm not quite sure what I'm seeing. I think everything that I'm seeing is super helpful.
Oh, it's freestyle. Just what I have on hand.
Oh, that's impressive. That's cool.
But I'm having trouble trying to.
I have.
She likes to use that. It's like a better.
You know, she doesn't have one already discovered this place. Very good for Henry. And yeah, they have this, they have the best up there. Yeah, that's everything.
You didn't have like proper files?
Yeah, they have the jars and stuff, and you just keep it in your fridge forever. And that, yeah, and it's like one of the bigger places.
They're putting up their post-it notes. I sent my post-it notes over here in the chat. Oh, man. Do you have a good one? Wow, nice. This is perfect.
So when the sound much noise evolves, I want to the teachers. It's kind of funny because you as educators will love this. In a J&J meeting that I run when it starts to, that wonderful thing starts happening and you get too much conversation and there are people on the line and they can't hear, we do this. who taught that to us, yeah. It quiet the whole room down. That or I whisper. All right. So, again, the understanding that we only had limited time today, and that you want to, you're literally on Old Shore, starting to even turn yourself to the thought of the sun that you want to get to a new shore, and like you all just chatted about a little bit, you got to think about time frame. You got to think about objectives. You got to hear what your constituents and you got some great data that's just come in and you've got to absorb it. You're just starting to start a journey. But at a minimum, in the 30 minutes that we've spent here in it, what you at least now have is some thoughts on things you can start, like increase investment in principal recruitment and development and retention, year-round schools, major enrollment and physical growth, strengthen remote options to support parents and students, reshaping the school day and week. Right, there's a really nice variety of starts. Good news, at least so far off the top of your heads, there's a shorter list of stops, but you got some. And if you didn't have any, I want to challenge you. Mm-hmm. Because I'm an advocate of every leadership team and individual I know always wants to start something. We never want to take anything off the plate, and that's the recipe. So limit or discontinue health. Too many choices. What is CPS really good at? What is CPS really good at delivering? Quality over quantity. A very provocative, rich, insightful question. You got some really good pieces on continue. Strengthening opportunities for students to have workforce opportunities, expanding and growing capabilities of digital academy and resources, improve communication, listening sessions, continue those. And then watch outs. What is this? Earning families back to CPS?
Yeah, that was mine.
Okay.
Just the people who have left.
Okay.
How do we?
I just wanted to make sure I was reading the word earning. Divergent opinions between teachers and parents and what they want for students is a really good watch out. With increases in learning, watch out for attendance, accountability, and monitoring. So you've got some really good foundational building blocks that as you get into this, you can start looking at, but you're also going to have swim lanes. And what do I mean by swim lanes? What are your pillar pieces that you already have in your strategic plan today? How's that going, and evaluate it. So we want to do a brain dump, but as Ms. Jones has also indicated, Mr. Lindy, to my understanding, also had a proposal that he wanted to put in front of the group. So I'm going to turn that over now and have him talk about that maybe before, so we ensure we have time for that, and then you have time for you.
Yeah, I just want to make this one point that at the end, maybe when we summarize after Mr. Lindy does his task, we can talk about how we want to use the agenda on Wednesday. What kind of follow-up we want to do with this? Because I think, of course, we're not finished, but what do we want to do and how do we want to use that time? Does that make sense? Okay. All right, Mr. Lindy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I have a short motion that is essentially what everybody has seen from me already because I emailed it out and talked to everybody. I'm going to give one to Eve, hold one, and then send the rest around. I have sent a copy to Mr. Morawski. And while it's coming around, I'll read it and then offer just a couple things and see if anybody wants to second it. So the motion says that, by the way, this is limited in scope to the remainder of this school year. So as we were talking about the future, I think all of this sounds really exciting. I'm excited to continue that process. what I wanted to propose today was just limited in scope for the next 5 months, which was that the superintendent choose 4 to 7 measurable outcomes that reflect her belief about what's most strategically important for the rest of this school year. They should balance what's ambitious and what she believes we could genuinely accomplish, and that they can be taken directly from the strategic plan, if that's what you should so choose. Second paragraph, that for each outcome, the superintendent will determine a set of monthly or quarterly, up to her, targets that could create regular visibility into how we're doing on what matters. And at the last, just making it time bound, that happens sometime in the next 2 board meetings, because I'd like it to happen meaningfully quickly, but also like give time to do it well. So I'll just share a couple points about this, which was, for my part, the reason I'm pushing on this is I think it's important that we're able to know and speak to our measurable impact for children. And that's really important for voters and for taxpayers that we're able to do that. It is also my deep belief that this will help us make the superintendent's job easier, because it will be clearer what the small number of things that matter most are, and she is going to be the one to decide them or to recommend them. This feels very consistent with the SHIELD activity we did and with the division of responsibilities that we talked about earlier today. That's the intention, right? I think it'll help us as board members prioritize where we spend our time, so that we're really making the best use of our time and resources. I think I'll just say one other. Well, let me pause there and just see if anybody wants to second this before.
Well, we have to go through let's go do a formal process. I've never done a written motion before, but and I'm going to ask Daniel. Daniel, it's been presented in writing, but it is a motion that has to be acted on, correct?
Needs a second, right?
In order to have discussion. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor that in discussion. There's a motion on the floor to accept, as presented by Mr. Lindy, around establishing measurable outcomes for the superintendent. Is there a second?
Second. But I don't know that it was, I didn't hear a formal movement, but I'd be happy to second it.
Mr. Lindy made the motion through his written document.
I don't know that that's possible, but
Okay.
If he just says, I move to accept my written document, I'd be happy to second it.
I move to accept my written document.
Okay,
Second.
and he seconded. So now discussion, Ms. Bolton.
I have a couple things, but most importantly, does a motion have to have a 48-hour?
So
This is not a resolution, it's a motion.
A motion would not, but it appears to me this may be more substantive than just a motion.
Adjourn.
Adjourn or something like that, so.
I did just on the procedure. I did try to read through the bylaws to see if there was anything about that. I didn't see anything. If there's something someone could point me to in the bylaws that says we have to do this by 48 hours, I'm certainly good with that. But I couldn't find anything.
Go ahead, Mr. Messer.
Well, a couple of things. I think what's in our bylaws is the roles and responsibilities of student achievement to set the parameters for the superintendent. So that's one place I would send this, frankly. Second, I don't think this is necessarily different than what we've been doing, because as we all know, we told the superintendent what to do. So we said, here's all the metrics we wanted in the strat plan, and that was given up for the 1 year. So, and I remember when that was presented, there was pretty unanimous. People said probably too many. We went through a whole lot. Probably need to tailor those down. So I don't think this is different, but I think getting to the specificity of what those are. That serves student achievement.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Mr. Lindsay.
I've spoken already. I'd be happy to follow you. And then
Okay. I think, and Mr. Lindy and I have talked over and over lots of times about this, and I agree that I'm not necessarily questioning the content. I think what you're trying to propose is important, it's needed, And as I've stated to you before, I think what I'm more concerned about is process, and from a couple of different lenses. So one is, I agree that student achievement has the oversight of the performance evaluation of the superintendent. And for all practical purposes, I believe that that's where, when we talk about developing the measurable outcomes for her, it has to come from the strategic plan once we get that done, and then for review at student achievement. Secondly, I think what I'm troubled a little bit by, not necessarily that it's what I think illegal, but it's been an odd process. It's been an odd process because I think what has happened is people have been lobbied sort of individually around this. And I understand why, because you felt like that you weren't being heard and you needed to get this moving and whatever. But I think that I'm just confused about, and I mentioned to you the other day, of why you felt like you needed to do it now, as opposed to perhaps waiting until we get through the strategic plan process or whatever. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's where I am.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that too. I appreciate that, and I do think what I'm proposing is different. I want to be clear about that. I think that I think we should have more frequent visibility into how we're doing as a district than we get through a once a month or twice a year updated student achievement. I also think that as a board, we should be clearer on what the small number of most important things are. And what I am suggesting is different from how we've done it. And I think it's on the urgency piece, we've gone through half of the school year, and I have been bringing this up for a while. And I think that the kids deserve us to be clear about what we're going to go deliver for them, and that we make sure that happens. The thing I want to push on is I may lose. And I'm in touch with that. But as I've been trying hard to do my homework and was trying to read up on my Robert's rules and everything, and read the bylaws, and as I understand it, if there's a motion and it's been presented in writing and it's been seconded, we take a vote. And I may lose, but I do believe in this. And the reason I've been contacting people one-on-one is not to subvert process, but to be totally transparent with what my values are, with what I believe in, with what I think we can accomplish together. And do that in a way where I'm super careful I don't violate any sunshine or open meeting laws. And so I think my request would be that before we leave today, we do vote on. And if I lose, that's fine. And I'll continue to support the rule.
Yeah, the motion's on the floor, so we are going to vote on it. I just want to let you know, Ms. Bolton, I got you.
Yeah, I'm inclined not to vote in favor of this for some of the reasons that we talked about. First of all, I have no interest in monthly managing the superintendent. I don't want to manage the superintendent. I want to provide guidance and what have you. So I'm not unclear about the quarterly report or 2 times a year. That's fine with me. I am confused, though, about what it is that's already in the superintendent's evaluation as to what has been, prioritized. I do think that Mr. Messer's right, that procedurally this should be referred to student achievement, on which Mr. Lindy sits, and then that it could come back in whatever form, the same or slightly different or whatever. So those would be my 3 things that I absolutely don't like this monthly kind of thing. And then I do want some clarity about what the superintendent, I think the last time we met in the big room, so to speak, I think kind of even listed several things, if I recall, because I think when you were asking about it, she said these are whatever. And so I think they might already be there, but definitely I think procedurally, to the credit of the protocol, it should probably go back to student achievement and then come forward. Those would be my comments.
Ms. Bates?
Yes, and this board over the years has really struggled with superintendent's evaluations / accountability. I mean, we had years ago a disastrous evaluation system for one superintendent. And then we outsourced it to an intern, and that was equally disastrous. I mean, we've been struggling with accountability for the superintendent for years, and my concern about this is just like I am with testing in general. If you're only going to do what you're tested on, and and I think that's just human nature, education nature. And I would rather not narrow to 4 to 7 measurable outcomes, even though it sounds as if it's a worthwhile venture. I just think that in the end, it may be more work for the superintendent, and she will be handling less of what we really want her to handle. If that makes sense.
Ms. Bowers. I just want to make a comment that this was presented earlier and directed to Mr. Lindy to bring it to student achievement last year. But nevertheless, I like the part you put in there about picking goals from the strategic plan, because I think the beginning conversation just wasn't that. So that was new and that was different. I'm always concerned about picking out things from the strategic plan and then kind of dismissing the others, which I kind of talked to you about yesterday, which I think we talked about this whole strategic plan, a whole bunch of people were involved, community partners, and dismissing that to me look different to me if we just picked out what we wanted. So I welcome an opportunity to have more discussion about this INSAC, which is what I was hoping to do before anyway when we talked about it earlier. So I'm glad you're on the committee.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? Mr. Morosky.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm inclined to support this primarily, whether, if it goes back to SAC, it goes back to SAC, but, if we vote today. And the reason for that is based on the conversation we've had today, and again, to reference that shield, particularly the superintendent's comments earlier, I feel that this gives onus to the superintendent, and in an ideal world, in which I know we don't live, but in an ideal world, the language in here of lifting directly from the strategic plan, I mean, these could be items that are already happening, and just a way, I know, speaking just for me and the way I learn and think, to have touch points with these 3 or 4, whatever it is, kind of high level things that we probably are already talking about, that we're already measuring, that we just aren't getting updates on. Seems I could be missing something, and it may very well be, because I do very often, but it doesn't strike me as terribly radical. The other reason I'd be inclined to vote yes is because it does very much just speak to now, and it's not some long drawn out thing and trying to supplant or add on to the evaluation process that we already have. That being said, Mrs. Bates' comments resonate with me about the evaluation piece. And I've only been here, now in my 4th year, but I do feel we've made some serious strides, particularly under Ms. Bolton's leadership on the evaluation piece. A couple of years we were on SAC together. So anyway, that's just, I just wanted to throw in my 2 comments and a vote of support, again, because I think it does kind of, in a lot of ways, ideally could really round out that sort of team environment that we've kind of danced around today and spoken to directly a couple times.
Ms. Bolton. I have a calendar timeline issue. This really wouldn't necessarily impact on the superintendent's evaluation, and I want to add something in a minute about that, because the evaluation is done before the end of the year. And so this is like next 2 months or something. So it really is, this is really not about the teacher, it's about the superintendent evaluation. And there is absolutely, I want the public to know, there is nobody on this board that is terribly preoccupied with that right now. And has led us through this crisis since last March in a way that only the perhaps most gifted superintendent in the state, maybe farther than that,
could have done, and certainly with the partnership that she has with the treasurer. So I don't want the public to misread some of this stuff, but this wouldn't be about the evaluation. The evaluation has to be done long before the end of the year. This is maybe something that could go back to SAC and help inform the next evaluation, where, the board, it wouldn't be so much that the superintendent would be focused on only these, because she has great other things to be focused on, but maybe it's the 3 or 4 or 6 items that would help inform the board as to how we want to measure even our own accountability or involvement. So, I think it's an interesting approach, but it does not have anything to do with our evaluation because of the timeline. And it could go back to SAC for that development that would be needed. And that's what I have to say.
Can I get a closing word before?
Yes.
Just 2 last thoughts. I think one is to Pam in particular. I appreciate our conversation about, and you really did make me think about what do we do about the fact that there was a community-supported plan that had 28 measures on it. And under what circumstances would you select some of those over them? And so since we talked, one of the things I was fortunate to have a chance to talk to the superintendent yesterday afternoon on the same topic as everybody, because I wanted to share it with everyone and be fully transparent. And so I asked, of those 28, how are they going this year? The question you had asked me that I didn't know. And I think what you shared was very honest, which was that, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, which is that it's actually really hard to know because there are a whole bunch that are no longer relevant. There are a bunch where we're off, not because anybody is not trying their hardest, but because of COVID. But I think what became clear is that I don't have evidence that we know how we're doing on those, which makes me think we're making decisions all the time about which ones we care about, which ones we don't care about. So I don't think there's a world that exists where we're not picking and choosing. I think we're choosing between a world where we're clear as a board about what those decisions are and how they come from Laura, or we're in a world where everybody's making those decisions all the time on their own, but we're not looking at it as a team. And so that's my take, and I appreciate that.
Okay, and then I did want to make this one final comment. I do appreciate Mr. Lindy's thought to this, and I agree wholeheartedly with Ms. Bolton around when you look at it and interpret it, it really isn't about the performance evaluation. I think what I understand from Mr. Lindy, it's a way for us to bring accountability to what we're doing, and yes, it does connect to her evaluation in some way. But I think, I'm going back to this whole thing about this has been an unusual year for us. There's a lot of things that didn't get done the way we wanted it to. But I also think, and I'm going back, I know it sounds corny, but we need to give ourselves some grace. I think it's important. This is important. And I think we have time. That's what I think. I think we have time to work through it in a way that makes sense and it's needed, and build in that accountability for that when appropriate. So that's just my 2 cent worth. Yes.
Yeah. I would never have expected the superintendent to go through the 28 measures and tell me exactly how we were doing this year. My company, I would laugh if my boss said, when you set out what you were going to do in January last year, how are you doing? I would say, seriously? A whole new set of measures and metrics, and we got those ad nauseum every week and everything about who had this and how many of this and what about this. So, I think we just have to go back to our process and say, everybody already said we had too many measures. Superintendent, that was kind of directed. Mm-hmm. So, unilateral agreement on that, I think. And then, so in this new world, we got to, fix the plans to this new world, which is what we talked about. Update everything for the inter and beyond pandemic world. And then do we say and tailor the metrics, but never would I ever think we would go back to the pre-COVID world assessment.
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded to accept the language of this motion as has been stated by Mr. Lindsay. Any further discussion? Yes.
Are the motion and the seconder willing to withdraw it and have it be assigned to staff?
No, not much.
Okay.
What'd you say?
I
You said
heard
no.
Eve ask if the guy who motioned it would withdraw it. I don't want to withdraw it. Mike decided to withdraw a second.
But if depending on the status of the motion, whether it passes or not, it can still be assigned if it doesn't pass, right? So, okay. So, Treasurer Wagner, please call the roll.
Mrs. Bates?
No.
Mrs. Bolton?
No.
Mrs. Bowers? No. Mr. Lindsay?
Yes.
Mr. Messer?
No.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
President Jones?
No. Okay, so motion is not approved. And so I think that, it's not approved. But I think as we're into our final agenda item, which is next steps and assignments, I think it's very appropriate that it come up as an assignment. So having said that, I'm going to turn it back over to Yolanda. Is there anything just in terms of summarizing today that we can do to close out, and we can do assignments as well?
Yes, so my thought for the time that we spent at the board on board development is that similar to the conversation on defining your vision for a new CPS, consider this an early step on a journey. The feedback I got at the break for lunch is that a lot of you like the thought of thinking about who's your avatar in your role on the board and the teaming aspects of who you are as a board, and that you build the shield. What I like and encourage in summary is that these alignments and agreements that you had on your group shield made their way into your language of how you conducted the rest of the meeting. I would encourage for that. And in your assignments, if at some point, again, you want to, I think, do the old shore, new shore type of approach to what's next for new CPS, I think that would be great because you would be in a consistent framework with your constituents about how you envisioned what's next, as well as with the staff and how the overall vision is being crafted. So those are my thoughts on summary. I think you're in a great place. It's a very healthy team from my perspective of someone who's done this with a few teams. So I'll turn it back over to you to formalize any next steps, what you want to manage in your agenda.
Yes. I would like to ask the board what your pleasure is in terms of how we use the time in our board meeting on Wednesday. We did part of this, I think, a nice part, but what is our follow-up steps in this? Ms. Bolton, go ahead.
I think I would love the balance of the time of that board meeting, frankly, to be able to have more discussion publicly about the next steps immediately, as well as those steps that probably the administration needs to have in order to make some budget initial decisions, whether that's the enrollment piece or some of the other stuff that was shared. So I want as much time as we can get on Wednesday, and I want to be able to make sure we do those short-term decisions for the budget process. And I would hope that we can.
What short-term decisions regarding Jen's budget?
As the treasurer mentioned, indeed, there's, maybe if they can perhaps get, it's going to be an assignment, some sort of agreement regarding the surplusing and regarding the other decisions about how we start to build that budget, I think would be important. So those kind of short terms, and plus get the community, the wider community, aware that we're really talking about the next CPS. And finally, it wouldn't be bad to start the discussion maybe on the refresh of the strategic plan. which things we have focused on so much, health and safety, or is in the growth, some of the bigger issues. I think that might be an initial place for the refresh of the strategic plan.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Bates.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I would also suggest that the superintendent not schedule presentations, because when we have an hour's worth of presentations and then the board wants to have an hour conversation and we have an hour's worth of public input, by the end, which is where our conversation will be, we will be pretty spent. So if that's something, and if you're kind of waiting to see what our expectations are, instead of reporting to us on past work, that you relinquish that time so the board can have this and be, still energetic enough to have an engaging conversation.
I think the presentation that we had scheduled for Wednesday is the board appreciation. Yeah.
Oh, well,
there are two presentations on there, and next superintendent, maybe we'll work that out. The board appreciation takes 10 minutes. 10, 15 minutes.
Well,
the other
appreciation of that.
That's all you get. Okay, but we'll work. In terms of, there are no other agenda items. So that you talk about the balance of time, it is with board matters and this particular subject.
But we do need an executive session.
We are,
right?
Okay, well, there is an executive session. Do you want that beforehand or after? Beforehand means right after the inauguration.
I say before.
What time is that? 3?
Our board meetings are 4, right? 4:30? 4.
Inauguration is 1 minute past noon.
Okay. I thought having it after would be preferred, in my opinion. Are we good with that?
No.
Okay.
And will it be remote or will it be in person?
You tell me. If we can do remote. Yes.
The item that I have for executive session doesn't have to have it on as and we can push it back if you want more time to do the other one.
Well, this is executive session. It comes after.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you all want to do virtual or not? I say virtual. Okay, virtual.
Call it.
Yeah,
okay.
Virtual is how we've been operating.
Yes, fine. Yes, great.
Schools
Okay.
are remote, we're remote.
All right. Okay, assignments. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Bates.
And this is for health and safety, and it's in response to an email that we received from a staff member affiliated with the Sierra Club. And the concern of the Sierra Club nationally is water quality in schools whose operations have been dormant. So this may be, it may not be an issue because we have all new buildings, we don't have lead pipes anymore, but just some feedback from facilities that this has been brought to their attention and what's going to be done so that that part of the school openings will be safe.
Okay.
And then health and safety, as soon as we determine it's probably going to be the 21st somehow, tag teamed with finance.
At 1 o'clock now?
You know what? We have to talk about that because Steve and Ryan may have to back the finance committee time to 4, so that would make us like 2:30. If that's okay, I'll check with you.
We did say that we would be the 3rd Thursday, and we have to, notice the first meeting will be on the 21st, and we did back up the time to 4, and knowing we need to be out no later than 5:30.
And we could do.
Don't forget we invited Senator Blessing to attend.
Okay, my suggestion is we just make the assignment that committees meet to determine their schedules. We don't have to do that right now, but if the current chair, because you still have to elect your new chairs, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you all just need to figure out a time to meet, elect your new chairs. There's also the, what is the, your plan, your yearly plan?
The work plan.
Yeah, so that you need to work on. Okay, so you'll do that. Chairs can do that? Okay,
Could
all right.
I sign that the chairs meet immediately after this meeting? Just
We need to notice.
calendars?
Yes.
No, it's not a committee.
It's just a plan to agree to schedule, like if you would, it's in the.
Oh, yeah, that's
Okay.
good. We're not talking about a committee. Okay.
Other assignments, additional assignments?
The Walnut Hills?
Yeah.
6 feet, 3 feet, and sending this motion back into staff.
Okay. Okay, anything else? All right. I then want to close out the meeting before we adjourn to thank Yolanda.
Yeah, thanks.
And I know our time frame got a little, but all important stuff. So we really appreciate the time and the dedication that you gave to this and helping us work through and helping us talk through all of our, the board role and what that means for us. It gives us some additional work to do and we thank you for that. Thank you for coming. Anything else? Having no other business before us, I declare the meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Yes.
2:30 is not.